YouTube side. Good to see y'all. Just coming on to talk news. Because I'm actually a little confused this morning on some things going on. Y'all able to hear me good over there on the YouTube side before I start making the TikTok side go? Y'all able to hear the lava sound and hear me fine? You can hear the lava, cool. Okay, can y'all hear me? Hopefully you can hear me. And then you're able to see the screens. How things are. Awesome. Alright. You can only hear me a little. Alright, so press 1 if you're able to hear me good. Press 2 if I need to be adjusting my sound. If I need to, decrease the lava sound. Alright, so some of y'all are saying that it's low. Trying to decide how I want to do this. Let me see how it sounds on my phone. Hold on just a second. Give me just a second. Let me see how it sounds. Alright, testing. Yeah, so for me, I hear it fine. So what I can do is press 1 if you want me to lower the lava sound, and press 2 if you're like, hey, leave it alone. Alright, so a lot saying decrease the lava sound. Alright, so is that better now? Better? Okay. Alright, so now let me get the other place started up. And see how it is all for them. Alright, so having both going, but yeah, hopefully this works out good. Alright, so let's go through on some of the news. If y'all see any buffering or anything like that, please let me know in the comments. I'll be watching that. Alright, so we'll do this first. This is the live feed of the volcano that is taking place in Iceland. Now, one of the things that is confusing to me is there is a sub-hunter that is now coming low. as it's approaching the volcano. Maybe it's just doing some standard looking around, trying to see if, I don't know, if there's something that it can do for data-wise. And now you have where the tracking is messing up. This is something that I've been talking about that happened about 48 hours ago, and that flight radars are acting squirrely. Good morning. So, here you go. I can increase my sound a little bit for y'all on TikTok. Is that better for y'all? Give me just a second. I'll actually do something. Perfect. Okay, cool. Let's see. But yeah, we've got this Poseidon that's flying over Iceland right now. And then, morning, everyone. Good to see y'all. All right, let's. The volcano is in Iceland. It just started erupting about 48 hours ago. And then we have where there's a Poseidon that is coming close to it, which is, known as a sub-hunter. It did drop low. Seems like it's picked back up in its altitude, coming up to, let's see, 4,400 right here. So, and then I'm just checking everything, making sure all the setups are good. Yeah, everything looks good. Let's see. The other thing is there was a Russian flight that came into Washington, D.C. I don't see it on radar anymore, but it landed. I have no clue what that's about. I checked the news, didn't see anything. So I'm very confused and lost on that one. Have not found anything out over the flights over the waters. What is this? Talon? Yeah. This is typical to see of a Talon out. And then let's see, what else do we have that's going on? Sorry, some people are sending me messages. All right. So yeah, well, I don't know the last time that Russia flown into DC. So yeah, it's definitely on the rare side. So anything about the helicopter? What helicopter? Yeah, it definitely is interesting. That's taking place. Yeah, there's a Russian aircraft just landed just a little while ago. Let's see if I can back this up, maybe just an hour. Yeah, here it is. And this was an hour ago that it was coming in. This is their special flight squadron. I get it, it's just a Boeing, but it's what's come in. Agreed, Damien. There is no telling to what's going on. I don't know if maybe they're here because Ukraine is trying to get more money. Biden is saying that it's eventually going to be a cutoff. I would think for something big like that, for something big, if Russia was coming over and they were trying to make an agreement to all of this, I would feel that it would be big news. You do also have a drone that is out in the waters. So... it is a MQ-4C, by the way. Morning. Earlier this morning, the helicopter went down in New Jersey. Did not know that. I'll have to search for that in a little while later. I saw that Zelensky was ready to make an agreement. Really? Well, then, if that's the case, then that would explain why they're here. If that is the case, then that would explain why they are here. So, the rest of the stuff that I see that's going around looks like it's all training. I get it. There's a Talon that's out here. That's no big deal. That volcano that you're seeing below, that is the volcano in Iceland. So, good morning, Trish. Good to see you. But besides that's the biggest of the news. I'm kind of waiting to see if maybe more stuff pops up on radar. Don't really see anything here. Again, you see, once this thing starts going out in the ocean, it's lost. It's not tracked like it used to be. So. Yeah, the helicopter in New Jersey. Thank you, T. Long. Appreciate that. Welcome to the war, Deadpool community. Team Spicy. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Do you track Taylor Swift? No, I haven't done that one. I do have some news on that though. Are you aware of that she should be having some new material coming out, right? Are you aware of that, Meg? That good old Taylor Swift should be having some new material coming out. So yeah, she'll get her heart broken by Kelsey, I'm sure, and then she'll be coming out with some new material on that. Let's see. Hub says it's probably his ambassador down in DC. Interesting. Thanks, Mary, for letting me know that, because I absolutely have no clue on this. But yes. Alright, so someone said something about a helicopter went down in New Jersey. Do you know when it went down in New Jersey? Let's see if I can find something. Let's see what we can find out. It was earlier this morning. So it was a pilot photographer. Their life was sadly lost. Looks like about 2 hours ago in New Jersey. Let's see if I can find anything. In the area. Let's start this about... let's take everything off and let's just add helicopters. Let's go to the see what the helicopters are doing here. We'll see if maybe these are spots. And now we'll go to 3 hours ago. See if anything pops up. Might be nothing pops up. Who knows? We'll see. That looks like that was the one. So let's see. This one, no, that was healthcare, so it wasn't them. Morning. Good morning, Big Zane. Looking for a helicopter that ended up going down in New Jersey. So that's all New York. So there's that one. That's Air Medical. I think this is the one we're looking for. By the way, that below is I don't know why it does that. Let's try and do this loop one more time. Breakfast burrito does sound good. Alright, so here's the flight. I don't get why it does that. But that, I believe this is the flight. It's an N26HF. Yeah. Alright, let's see if I can find out that flight. Anything on here? See anything? Yep. So it never did land. That's what it looks like that flight was, and yeah, it looks like Winfield is where it went down at. Wait, someone's saying 8 p.m. Wrong? That's one. Could have just went offline. Okay. Wharton State Park is where it crashed. Okay. Let's see if I can find it on there. pilot and the photographer both sadly lost their life. But yes, it is Warren State Forest. And I do see it. It was at night. Let's see if they got a time for me. Yep, 8 p.m. Okay. Now we can find exactly that. Let's see. Where is Wharton State Park? Where's this at? Okay. So it is right in this area. So it would have been at 8 p.m. So that would have been that would have been UTC 1333. That can't be right. So yeah, it would have been at 1. There we go, that would have been right. Let's just put it in it around in there. See if we see anything. That's it. That's it right there. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like it drops to 1,000 feet, which it was staying around. I will end up checking this flight in 66 HD. Yeah, y'all. Let's see. Yeah, that's definitely the flight though. Somewhere in here. Still hasn't gone down yet. Speed it up just a little bit. Alright, and then I'll leave it alone. might be the helicopter. Looking at that one too. That is the helicopter. They went down there and then they were on their way back. Okay, so they come back. They went down to that area. They dropped. Yeah. You can see they start dropping here. And they go off course. So that would have been at 104. Yep. Yep. Right in Warrenton State Park. So it's N60 HD. That's what it was. So yeah, that stinks. I did notice that. Let's see if FlightAware has anything. About that helicopter. Why are you in Japanese, FlightAware? Anyone else's FlightAware in Japanese? Or no, it's in Korean. What the heck? Yours was? This just adds more to my mind of what in the world is going on. Yeah, so let's see. This is when they were down here, so they were definitely checking out something here. But right in here, speed is good. Their speed, but obviously they started experiencing something a little after they left. That had them drop, and then they just continued to drop again and again and again. John, I'm telling you, man. John, I don't know if you, but I can't get radar to work like I used to. Like, this ain't working. It's confusing. So, yes, this is the one that crashed. So, yeah, that is the one that crashed. What's still not running correctly, miss? They predicted a solar storm in 2024. Interesting. Yeah, the radar over. Yeah, you're correct. I agree. I don't know what's going on with it, but yeah, it's squirrely. So let me make a note on that, just so I can end up making a video. So this was at 1:06. UTC, and then call sign of N66 HD. Just test. Are my messages showing? Yes, and I can see it. Chastity. Good morning, Wolf. Let's see. I've had the most unsettling feeling for a while now, and it's only getting worse. Up to you. You're not alone, man. Dude, I think a lot of us are sleeping like crap right now. I've ran a poll before on this. I know people on the YouTube side ain't going to be able to participate, but if you are on YouTube, I'll say it like this. If you are on YouTube, press 1 if you've been having a harder time trying to sleep here in the last week, and then press 2 if it's just normal for you, if hard to go to sleep. Yeah, see, y'all ain't alone. Y'all see how many people are pressing that. So Cajun said, always had a problem. Don said it. But everybody on the YouTube side, everyone on the YouTube side is saying 1. And then on the TikTok side, you have maybe 3 people who've said, hey, they've always had problems. But everybody else is pressing 1. Yeah, it doesn't feel like Christmas. This is the thing that sucks with news. I don't like this dawn of age that we're in. If you want me to be honest, I don't like this dawn of the age that we're in, where we sit here and we look for the new bingo card. I mean, there was a war that started 2 months ago, and we were over that within a week, maybe 2 weeks. There was an incident in Hawaii. We were over that within a week. There was the trains in Ohio. We were over that within a week. It's over and over again. We ache for new stuff to happen almost daily now. It stinks, and we should not be like this. Your grandfathers, or some of y'all that are elders in here, y'all remember how it was for Desert Storm. Y'all talked about Desert Storm all year long. Yeah, the balloon incident. That lasted within, a week or 2. So you remember Desert Storm. So I guarantee you, for those who remember Desert Storm, you remember that lasted for a year. Heck, even the recent war in Afghanistan 20 years ago. We talked about that for, almost a year. But now, no. Now we move on so fast, so quick. Yeah, someone about a, catastrophic event that happened 50 years ago. They remember it. It was big news. And you stuck with it. You talked about it for a while. You ask people about a catastrophic event now, and they've have forgotten it within a week. It's sad. So yes, this is why a lot of people are very depressed. Or not depressed, this is why it doesn't feel like Christmas. Christmas is literally around the corner. We feel no Christmas. I'm curious. I am very curious of this. I don't have the way that I can poll both sides, so I'll just do it by pressing numbers. But press 1 if this feels like Christmas to you. Press 2 if it does not. Yeah, Challenger crash. Oh man, exactly. Look at... I know y'all can't see one another, but both sides are all saying twos. Both sides are all saying twos. Not a single person has said one yet. Not a single person. Oh, Rowdy did. Rowdy said one. That's the first person. I see people saying, I didn't even put up a Christmas tree. And you know what? I didn't either. No tree, no gifts. Yeah. Yep, and Christmas is my favorite holiday. I still will do my candlelight service. You'll never be able to take the Christian aspect out of me. If you take that out of me, I ain't here no more. So Tiff, I'm with you. Tiff said, I wish I could fix us all and make everyone happy. And I agree. Man, I hate to hear that, Mary. What Mary was saying on the YouTube side is that this is her first year without both of her parents. Heartbreaking for you. I know I just had Google when Xmas was. Yeah. Lost your daughter 8 years ago. I hate that for you. Sorry. Work at Walmart. They have barely played any Christmas music. Really? Now you got me where I want to go out. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate, y'all that are reaching out to one another, that are sitting here talking to each other, saying, hey, sorry about your losses and things like that. This is a fantastic community, by the way. Because people, I'll speak on it. But those who've lost someone, it's nice just to hear someone say, I'm thinking of you, I'm praying for you. Even if you just say, man, I hate it for you. Even if you say, I don't even know what to say. That just lets people know that you're there for them. So, do greatly appreciate this community. Y'all are amazing. But yeah, to the person who was just saying, I wish that we would be able to fix this for everyone. The way you fix it, it's a hard swing, because a lot of people want to sit there and listen to that new breaking news that just happened a week ago, a few days ago. They don't even care about the breaking news that happened 2 weeks ago. How long is it going to be until we're looking for the newest, hottest topic every single day? How long is it until we want to wake up in the morning at 8 a.m. going, what has blown up? And then get off work at 4 o'clock and go, what dynamite stick has gone off? We got to slow down. Good to see you, Pam. Feels like we are pretty much there now. I agree. We are. Oh man, I didn't even notice that, Robin. Very sorry to hear that. With that being, man, my heart goes out to you. Very sorry. Yeah, I got this multitasking going down now. You'll get it down. Let's see. We have been storing food and water for months, raising chickens, ducks, and turkeys. I love that. I would love to do that regardless. You know, it's just enjoyment. War Deadpool, what can we do for you since you do so much? Mom's a TikTok. I appreciate you just being here, watching my videos, liking my content. That helps me out a lot. So, but you know, even someone who watches me for just 1 second, it truly means the world to me. It helps me out, it brings others around. So everything you do is more than enough already. So I appreciate y'all. Let's see. I would just like to thank DP for creating this community. I appreciate that, miss. I'm glad that everybody does love this type of community. I seen someone in, I think it was Esbel, could be saying it wrong. She was on Discord this morning. We were talking. I sat there and said that I went over to the, went over to my friends that I used to talk stocks with. There is thousands and thousands of people that are in there that play the stock market, and I went over there just to say hey, and I mean they lit up. They were so happy. They were like, holy smokes, you know, here's the guy that used to, you know, sit here and do trades 100 of them a day. Been wondering where you've been. So they were happy to see me. And they are trying to get me to come back. But if I came back, I would still be talking to y'all. But anyhow, it taught me something. There's a lot of people who actually truly care about one another. Over there, I was just a talking person. I was in y'all's shoes, just a talking person who would type to one another. And they cared, you know, so a lot of us care about one another. And I've always thought, I won't say always, but I have thought for a very long time that people just don't care about one another. And I'm finding that is very untrue. And when I said that this morning in Discord, Esbel chimed in, and she was saying, she was like, that's what I love about this community. You know, that she can come into Discord and people talk to her, people know who she is. So we do really have something good going on. Even if I totally left and I told y'all bye and things like that, if I ever did, guess what? There's so many of y'all that will be staying in touch with each other. Even if you end up hating my guts, you still have people that you talk to. So yeah, do have a sentry out here. Very used to seeing this sentry here. Let's see. That is a spot. Can you please share what are all the types of planes are and used for? Yeah. Thanks. You were writing that out as I was saying it. That's cool. Bell saying that she found someone that lives in her area off of Discord. That's awesome. So yeah, a sentry is used to basically if you want to hide what's around type deal. I think it goes out for 30-50 miles, somewhere in there is how far it can do radar jamming. You're in Southwest Louisiana. Let's go. Then you have Talons that are out here. Now these are doing nothing more than training. Literally 99.9999% of Talons that you always see up there, always out there training. Helicopters. They are, majority of them in the United States are doing mostly training. I will say 99%. You can find a helicopter to where you're like, that's off doing something. Like the Denalo Cavalcante. I would catch a military helicopter out there once in a while. So near the Mark Twain Forest in Missouri. Missouri's a great place, by the way. Thanks, Linda. I appreciate you being here as well. Up north in the Atlantic, yeah, I'll make it over there. So right down here in Alabama, so right in this area, you see a lot of Texans flying around. These are Texans right here. Okay, so these will be Texans, and then when you see the long skinny points, these are Talons. So, and then when you see these planes right here, they're fighter jets, but they're not Talons. And so sometimes you'll see it as, your 16s and things like that. Numerous others have that call, that symbol as well. But yeah, so what's taking place in that area, this area, is training. It's always training. And then over here in Dothan, Alabama, probably just misspoke that, but anyhow, over there in the southeast of Alabama, that is a ton of helicopter training. As the day is, you'll sit there and you'll see dolphins and things like that are type helicopters. As night comes around, you will see your Blackhawks and things like that show up. You're in Mobile, Alabama, so you see this stuff all the time. And it's always off the charts. Now, when the war started up with Israel, you saw a lot of increase of training. Now, it was a lot of people just doing increase of training. Didn't mean anything was coming, just meant that it was kind of like a no duh, we should be doing the training. So, howdy, Kimmy. So, yeah, military school, yeah. Texas, you'll see the same thing. You see a lot of Texans and Talons. You'll see it in Oklahoma. Later on, you'll see some of your big bad boys. You'll see a tanker up in the air. So let's see if there is any tankers up in the air. Nope, don't see any. Let's see if I can find a tanker over here. Nope, don't see a tanker. So, a tanker, I wish I had a tanker up, but I don't. But a tanker is used for refueling. Then you'll have something that's like a C-17, moving equipment around, delivering stuff. You'll see them go out to, Jordan, they'll drop stuff. Now this is one that I really do like. This is a P8 Poseidon. This is a sub hunter, pretty much. Can do other things, but yeah. When you see them go out in the water and you see them, scanning in the waters, that could be, interesting. They're not going to land on a carrier. Someone came in and said that a while back that, they can, but it would be really, really pushing the limits. Really, really pushing the limits. So, I don't know if there ever has been an attempt of one of those big bad boys, but it would definitely be pushing some limits. Then you have sentries. And the sentries have kind of like a bubble in the middle of it, and it's just because of the radar here for jamming. Let's go, T-Log. Welcome to the war, Deadpool community, Team Spicy. Other stuff that you see is when you have a helicopter with 2 rotors on each side. Those are going to be Chinooks. Yeah, when was Russia here? They came this morning. I forget what her name is, and she's going to beat me up and be like, how dare you forget me? But I know it's Karen over here. She was saying that they flew into Washington, D.C. Man, Steve over here, she is all about the, ask me questions before I even get to tell the entire story. WDP, WDP, WDP. Can I have a cookie? No, I'm just messing with you. She's probably going to hit me after this. 110% she's going to beat me up. But yeah, so one of the people sat there and announced it last night. I didn't see it. And they flew over, and then someone wrote me this morning and was like, hey, frying pan time, let's go. But yeah, another person wrote me this morning, was like, yeah, I'm sitting here watching this, and I was like, looked at it, and then I was like, a Russian flight? What are you talking about? Sure enough, Russian flight came in. And I have no idea. I searched the news. I just even put in Russia and used the timestamp of, the latest news that's coming in. Nothing. I tried doing, Russia arriving, visiting. Nothing. Didn't see a dang thing. So yeah, they it's crazy. I don't have a clue. So someone said that Russia or not Zelensky is talking about having an option on the table. So we'll see how that comes out. So maybe that's what they're here. If that is actually true. If that is actually true, then that would explain why they're here. So, what do we have flying out here? So, are these all Boeings? Okay, we're good. All Boeings just left. Now, if it would have been something else, I would have been asking some questions. Someone said in Discord, it could be the embassy. Yes, you're right. Thank you, Tiff. So yeah, if it is the embassy visiting, then it makes sense if I can't say it enough, if that is true that Zelensky is, wanting to draw an end to the end of this. What's happening here? So you have the volcano. I leave this live. That's happening in Iceland. You had a Poseidon that was flying over Iceland earlier this morning. No idea what that was about because that's a sub hunter. Maybe it was just, I don't know, checking activity. So you had that going on. You had where we were just talking about this helicopter that went down at 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time last night in New Jersey. That is the helicopter. The pilot and the photographer, sadly both, have lost their life. Was able to see, according to this, that it went to a spot and did some searching, dropped down, to low elevation, but then it takes off, and it was, doing good when it left, and then about 30 minutes in, it came down, and then it came down again. So I don't know what it was about, but so yeah, that did take place. I'll look and just see if there was any type of unusual, or not unusual, but how the wind was at that time at 8 p.m. last night. So let's see. So it was down in here. So did come down here. Let's throw this thing up back and forth on gust. I don't see anything that they would have not been able to handle. So I'm not sure on that. Yeah, maybe visibility. Let's see if there was anything on. No, I don't really see anything. That made it. I mean, I'm looking at 8. Looks all good there. Aid invisibility, yeah. Yeah, something like that could be taking place. I would think, and I haven't looked into it, but I would look into mechanical issues. So what is up, Dakota? Good to see you, buddy. Yeah, the chat is quieter over there, K9. But yeah. Morning, Kimmy. Even though I know that I've said morning to you. But I know you were saying it to Dakota. Dakota Big Zane said, "What's up?" from the other side. So, but yeah. Had to be mechanical. Clear skies last night. Yeah. That's my thinking. Could there be something else? There could always be something else. But yeah. Possibilities are endless. What? Okay, so a space launch. Over and 1 day and 18 hours it'll be live. That's gonna be a big bad boy. I don't know what's launching. So something with SpaceX with having 7 landing points. So I'm not sure what's up with that. Can a plane helicopter get hacked? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Don't know the last time that it happened. I'm just looking. Can't wait till Friday. It's birthday Friday. Oh snap. Happy early birthday, Pam, if I don't see you before then. A space launch. Ooh. We'll be live in 3 hours down in San Diego, by the way. Wonder who that is. Anyone familiar with that space launch? Yeah, those would be no-fly zones for SpaceX. SpaceX will be doing those, and in the Gulf, those will be landing points. So I wonder if that is SpaceX over there in San Diego. Could be Firefly too. I forgot Firefly's out there. I always forget about them. Or don't always, but I forget about them. Yeah, Dakota, make sure that you click it to where it's on live. Shouldn't be that too far behind. Let's see. 15 seconds is how far behind it is. You'll get that in about 10 seconds. So, you're over here now? How dare you? Dropping the views over there, Dakota. Thought we were friends. Yesterday in line in Wally World, someone hacked into and linked all of the cash registers. What? That's crazy. Dakota is the Flash. You're at work but not working. You ain't right, boy. Man, those planes are sticking together. I know they're all Boeings, but yeah. Wonder when that Russian flight's gonna leave. I wonder how that conversation's going. I just want to know why they're here. It's the talk of the town always. Let's go. I didn't do it. I was not at Walmart. Let's see. Can you look at a fighter jet activity over South Carolina right now? Ooh, that's gonna cost you. Yeah, I'll look at it. You do have, yeah, Cessna. They're not anything to worry about. You do have a helicopter, but that's a police helicopter that's out there. That's nothing. I don't see them doing anything. They could be just looking at traffic. I don't have a clue on that. But yeah, let me check the other radar to see South Carolina. You do have this a C-17 coming in, but that is 100% normal. That is normal. So, can guys please someone explain what's going on with so many jets? So yeah, it is all training. It's actually come down significantly. So, unless you're wondering about all this in Alabama, this is big time training right down here, Danny. You watch it enough, you'll come back in a month, a year, few years, and you're gonna always see this spot going off the charts. So, on radar for some reason, I don't know how it works. Yeah, let's see. I keep hearing the fighter jets back to back in upstate. Yeah, so yeah, they have their transponders turned off. If they're doing that, then. If you're up there in the Greenville area, which, you know, what I see in the air off of these radars is nothing compared to what's up. There's at least twice as much up in the air that has their transponders turned off. You mean why are they training? So it's just they're always training. New blood coming in. People needing to get their hours in and stretch their legs. So it's not like they're training because they're worried. This is 100% normal. Now, when it was middle of October, we seen the training going off the charts, and that was kind of, you know, a no duh due to you know, the war over in Israel. So near the power plant, and that's where you're at. Okay. If we don't hear training in Northwest Florida or the sound of, we question the silence. Yeah. Yeah, I would be questioning it as well when it goes quiet. And I have, actually, when I look at radar and I only see like a couple up, when it's late at night, you'll see it where it comes to just a couple. But I have seen during the daytime, it'll be in the middle of the day, and there'll be just a couple up, and I'm like, why? What's going on? What do I need to know? So why did they turn their transponders off? Training, learning it. Also, you know, they don't want us knowing what they're doing. There's a ton of reasons why they do it. Now, one thing I'm amazed, I haven't heard them buzzing the waters since they made the law, but I question if sometimes they might find an area to being like, you know what, I'm going to go buzz the waters down at 100 feet. I have not heard them doing that since that law became in existence, and I don't even know why it became a law. They should be allowed to do that. So the world is evolving. Yeah. I did find this out. I shut it down, but I can talk about this again. All right, so you have the volcanoes that are happening in Italy that are taking place. Those are normal for the activity that's been going off. Even the one down in Yemen that is going off, or on the other side of Yemen, that is going on, that is always normal. That has always had lava down in there since the 1600s. Those are normal. In Iceland, it is normal for this volcano, but here in the last few years, it has become more active. It used to be once every 3 years you would get something, but now the activity is about every year. So it has increased. So Oh no, you're all good, Danny. You were just asking a question. Last few days they've been active, yeah. Maybe they're making Can you see the jets on Russia? Yeah, if they turn their transponders on. Russia and China. Well, actually, I'll say this: China and North Korea are the quietest. Okay, at showing their stuff. Russia will show their stuff once in a while, not often. But yeah, they'll sit there and they'll have something. So for instance, I've got one thing from Russia right here, and it's going to be nothing more than just pretty much a Boeing. Yeah. So, you'll sometimes see some stuff. Now, during the, beginning of Israel's war, you would see them. They would come down into Israel, and they would make their presence known. They would turn on their transponders. They would want you to know that they were there. And then, man, I just realized I missed over 60 people gifting. I'll call y'all out in a second. I apologize. And then when Ukraine's war was starting, obviously they wanted other countries to know that their presence was around. For instance, flying. I forget the name of this country right here, but flying up there, you'd see them in there. Sometimes the other thing is right in this spot. This is actually Russian owned, right here. A lot of people don't know that land is Russian owned, so sometimes you'll see the flights come in there. I don't know if they ever do it to mess with people around the world or not, but yeah, they will let their presence be known in there as well. But besides that, there is a ton of stuff that they leave off the radar. So Mother Nature needs to wake up. Yeah, let's go. I do have the sound of the lava on. That is what you're hearing. So if I was to shut up and turn this thing up, this is what the flow of lava sounds like. So it's one of those things for ASMR, if you like. So, anything new over there in Israel? Let me check if there is anything. So I'm sure y'all know about the hostages that escaped, and sadly, they lost their lives. And the reason being, I don't know if y'all know this, the reason why they were targeted, I guess if you want to say that, the reason being is because the people in that area, I have to watch what I'm saying when I'm on here, but the people in that area, they disguise themselves as civilians. So I'll say that more clearly on the YouTube side. So for TikTok side, I'm gonna go mute just for maybe a minute or two. On the TikTok side, I'll explain it on the YouTube side clearly. So just give me just a minute. Alright, so I have, if you're over here on the YouTube side, alright, so what's taking place, you can actually see the map. But yes, when the hostages were running, they were gunned down because Palestinians, or not Palestinians, Hamas, sorry, I greatly apologize for that. Hamas will dress up as civilians, and then they will do their stuff. And so that's why Israel, would, shoot them. They had always been right. But yeah, that one they didn't know. So it sucks. Hopefully they learn better training out of it and it doesn't happen again. But those of y'all who served, you know how it goes. But yeah, so I'll say it again because I see that some people are coming from the TikTok side over here and here like, wait, I want to know what happened. So what it is Hamas, they will dress up as civilians and then go around and do their attacks. And the Israel troops thought it was something like that, and sadly it wasn't. It was people, three people that were hostages escaped. Two of them they took their lives, and then one of the other ones was wounded and ran away and was hollering who they were, and then they were like, oh my god, like we actually just took out two hostages, and sadly the third one ended up losing their life due to the wounds. So that's what happened. So I'm going to turn the TikTok side back on, but I will answer y'all's questions. It'll just be coded. All right, TikTok, I'm back. But yeah, so that's what happened in that area. Yes, there is a ton of U.S. warships over in Yemen. They are all stationed around there. I don't know if I can pull them up on Vessel Finder. Sometimes I can get some stuff, but there's over 100. Yeah, I'll say that again. There is over 100 out there. Now the thing with Vessel Finder, you're not going to know, generally you're not going to know what it is, if it's something of irrelevance. But yeah, they're stationed all over there. The reason why they're stationed over there doesn't mean that they're going to attack Yemen. It means that, you're welcome, Deez, now, appreciate you. But doesn't mean that, that they're planning on attacking. What it is, of all they're doing, is it is for helping regular cargo ships travel through that area. That's all it is for. So, and it's due to the Houthis or whatever their name is, doing their attacks. So yeah. Yeah, that is really crazy how many it is. So yeah, it's 100 of them out there. So yeah, and Houthis said that they're not stopping until Israel stops. So here you have to where America did have to go get involved, to make sure that cargo ships come through there because of how much money was being lost. So yeah. Yep. So yep. That's all it is for. Is just to protect the cargo ships. Nothing more. Could it turn into something? Definitely could. So, Jody, it's the exact same name as mine, the exact same. So it handles the. Let's see. Grand Rising. Good to see you, Sabrina, Danny. Are they Chinese ships? No, the all American ships. Could there be Chinese ships over there? Sure, but I have not seen that. That rumor was being thrown around, but I never seen anything that said that was happening. Yeah, why attack cargo ships? I agree. I mean, that's why one of our ships got attacked, because there was a distress call with 5 cargo ships. Yeah, that's an idea. Could it, they think that, it's going to send supplies up there. That's an idea. It's an idea. Not sure, Trish. I'm curious of that myself. But I'll say this to you. I'll give me just a second. So TikTok, I'm gonna mute y'all just for a second. So Trish, I think that YouTube's gonna work out better, but in the long run. So like right now you see that I'm holding 40 views, and on TikTok I'm holding 200 views. So I do think that it will. I just got to figure things out, make sure that I like it. But it's probably not something that's going to come for a few months. So too funny. Free Steve. Let's see. Alright, so I'm back. I did a reinstall flight radar and it fixed it. Fixed what? Nah, we're definitely not in a World War III. So Leland, I'll explain this, and it's not you. It's just I get tired of trying to explain what is going on with the flight. So I'm gonna explain it. Hopefully I never have to explain it again, but yeah. All right, so here's what's going on with the flights, okay? So on Globe, they don't show up, all right? They're not showing up when they're over the oceans. Atlantic, Pacific, they're not showing up, not at all. When you come over to flight radar, let me pull this one up, and then let me turn the filters on, and you're gonna be like, oh, and then you'll get it. All right, so flight radar, you sit here and you're like, hey, I see all these flights that are coming over. Okay, well, let's click on it. You see how it only has a short line, and then there's a whole bunch of ticks behind it, meaning that it's not picking up. This flight right here, this flight, they're saying it's doing a 90 degrees right here, and a whole bunch of ticks. That means they have no idea. This is all speculating that this is where the flights are. You can click on all these flights and see it. That's how it is. When you come over land, and you click on some of these things, you see that you get a solid line. For instance, this flight coming out of Houston. Majority of these flights you do see that have solid lands. This one's coming out of Columbus. Entire lines. This is coming down from Austin. But yeah, when you come out over the ocean, flight radar is just speculating. Now you're going to sit here. The other thing is that people do is they'll sit here and go to Google and say, hey, Google, why is this happening? And Google's going to sit there and tell you the exact truth of it, but they don't understand it. So Google says, hey, there's only one satellite that tracks movements over the ocean, and it needs 2 pings, meaning it needs 2 satellites to do it. We only have 1. So if it has 2, then it can tell you with a solid line that, hey, that's where it is. Here's the thing. This is the first time that this has happened that I'm aware of since I've been watching it. And I've been watching this for almost 10 years now. So, and it has never happened before. So there's the entire rundown for it. Hopefully I don't have to explain that anymore. I just get frustrated with it because everybody comes in thinking that they got it and they don't have it. So, flights not showing up over the ocean. Never happened before. Even when you have solar flares, you'll have areas to where they won't show up, but you don't have it for the entire world. A solar flare doesn't affect the entire world, affects an area. Yeah, it's got to be an issue with that satellite. Could be hacked. I don't know. K9, not yet. Not yet monetized. I need about 1,000 more hours of watch time. So like right now, there's 30 people in there. If I was to hold that 30 people, I would need to do a live for 33 more hours. So I think I did that right. Yeah, 33 more hours. So we'll get there. Yeah, it goes by per person. So, and you can rewatch my lives over and over again if you want. Stay as long as you need. I appreciate it, Deez. That's why I sometimes, was starting off to doing lives at night over on YouTube to where you can watch it, things to sleep to and things like that. I'm on my TikTok, on my iPad, and YouTube on my phone. Let's go. Love it. Yeah, and it also works if you sign into other accounts. So if you have multiple computers, multiple tablets, you can sign into them and just leave it to where they're looping. So, will watching your posted videos help? Yep. And if you rewatch them, it helps. I will leave this live if you answer incorrectly. Let's see, mine says visibility restrictions currently enabled on top, but it disappeared straight away. That's weird. What were you seeing that on? I don't know what your name is besides Flamingo. Breezeberry. What'd you see that on? I watched the Waves video last night. Slept so good. Nice. Yeah, I'll end up doing the lava video too. I'll probably maybe tonight if my connection continues to hold good, then I'll do it tonight. So far, it's been going good over there on YouTube. I haven't seen any problems. So it seems like it's all fixed now. Has anybody been kicked on YouTube or kicked off of YouTube by chance since I've started this live an hour and a half ago? All right, so by the way, I need to thank a lot of people who've been sending gifts. Miranda, Red Angel, Trish, Katie, appreciate it. Katie throwing in the snowman, and then Only If, loving it always, brother. Throwing in so much. The earth, the blue, the TikToks, the corn, everything, brother. Appreciate it, man. So much that you send in. Thank you so much. I'm glad that you greatly appreciate me. Thanks, man. There's a Lock Ridge throwing in bracelets. These now, the Snowfall, Dr. Susan Snowman. There's Locke with the star. Let's go. I appreciate it. And the new one, Tracy Fees throwing in Tater the Gamer. Love it. And the Snowmans. Thank you. Sabri, what? Gifted. Totally missed this. Sabri, I apologize. I did not even see this. But yeah, Sabri gifted a subscription to Kim Walkins Altman. I don't know if Sabri's still in here, but I greatly apologize for missing that. But yeah, Kim Walkins Altman, congratulations and welcome to the war, Deadpool community, Team Spicy. So, nice. Thank you everybody that is on YouTube. Helping out over there. So yeah, I need 1,000 more hours is what I need, and I'm glad to hear that the connection's been going good over there. Zach Savory also sending in 9 fairy corns and then some team bracelets. Thank you, Zach. Yeah. Emily, they glare. Thank you so much. And then also Jessica P. Let's go. Jay Purrs, let's go. Welcome to the war, Deadpool community. Thank you for the continued support. I love it. Thank you so much, Jessica. Appreciate that. And Zach, good to see you, brother. So yeah, thank you, everybody. I know that was a long call out. Do apologize. Been missing it, been messing up. Thank you, Joshua, for the tiny. Brooklyn said, okay, watching here and on TikTok. Let's go, Brooklyn. I appreciate that. There's a few of us going back and forth, and it's making us dizzy. Yeah, there's a ton of planes. Lots and lots of planes. But yeah, it's not as bad as when you zoom into an area, like, let's say you're from right outside of Dallas. Okay, even in this hot spot, let's say that you're in Louisville. Even if you're in Louisville, you're not even seeing this Boeing flying over. You're definitely not seeing that second one. If you're in Louisville of a couple of blocks, maybe you might be seeing this one now. Maybe. But that's 10 blocks away. But yeah, you're definitely not seeing that one. So you sit there and you're like, okay, it's not as bad as what it looks like when you zoom out. But there is a ton of planes up. There is, I think, 13,000 generally. Yeah, so right now total is 13,309. How many is up in the air? So, Team Dizzy, let's go. Browsed. Country Florida is Airplane Central. Oh, Broward. Thank you. Yeah, I do see a lot that's going on. Man, this volcano doing a lot of splish splash going on. Wonder how long this thing's gonna stay active for. So far, it doesn't look like there's any signs of slowing down, though. Let's see. it went away. The balloon in Puerto Rico was up for a blip of a second. All that is a Border Patrol balloon. What's going on? They pronounce it Levoux? Oh, see, that just went over my head. That definitely went over my head. Iceland's volcano is woke. Yeah, it is. It is more active, though. It is definitely more active. It is 3 times more active than it usually is. The way she cracked, maybe she was the next Kilauea? What do you mean? I'm lost on that one. I think I missed something. Constant, oh yeah, constant lava flow. Yeah. Okay, so now I understand what you're saying, Jessica. Yep. What Jessica was saying is maybe it's the next volcano that is going to be a constant lava flow. Who knows? I really have no idea. But it's definitely 3 times more active. So, I would think that it would eventually stop, just because of, that it has been more active. But could it be where it just sits there and says, hey, we're just going to continue to do this? So, by the way, that is the sound you are hearing, is the lava flowing. By the way, I've got a sound on for what lava sounds like. So this volcano would come up once every 3 years. Now it's happening once every year. So all the other volcanoes, like the ones in Italy and stuff, and the one down here in Ethiopia, those are normal. But the one in Iceland is increased 3 times. So, forbidden, extra spicy. Let's go. Is that volcano residence close by? So it's about 2.5 miles. So, and they've known about this for a good 5 weeks. So when they left, they were not able to return. So I'm sure they're all good. Uh-oh. Someone's having internet issues over on the YouTube side. Anyone else having issues over there on the YouTube side? Hopefully not. Why do you think there's an increase? That one I haven't investigated of why there is. So, yeah, I have no idea. So, oh, on TikTok you're having issues. That stinks. But yeah. Okay, that's weird. This is the first time. How did you do that, Spirit? So, Spirit Seeker. This is the first time ever. Usually I see the badges in color. But Spirits, I see in black and white. I've never seen that before. How in the world are you doing that? Clarissa as well is in black and white. How are y'all doing that? I wonder if that means that they were gifted. Not on purpose. Spirit and Clarissa. Oh, means their subscription is on pause? Thanks, I appreciate that. That's new. That is new. Your mom says you're gifted. I love it, man. Let's see. Thanks everybody on the YouTube side. I appreciate y'all. Yeah, but I hate it for Aspen. Hopefully that internet issue starts working out for you. But glad that everybody else is having it, where it's all good. So hold on just a second. Let me mute TikTok for a second. So K9, hitting the love button on YouTube, I don't think it brings more people in. So you can definitely give it a thumbs up. That's good. But I don't know if, continuously hitting the love button helps or not. I would hope that it would, but I'm not sure if it does or not. So, yep. All right, now let me... Yep, here we are back on the TikTok. So, yeah, TikTok gets muted sometimes. But yeah, so I think that's really it of the news. If I end up finding out why that Russian flight came in, I'll let you know. But I have absolutely no idea why that Russian flight came in. Oh no. Better text her nurse. She's saying that she has the flu. So, alright, y'all on the TikTok side. I'll stay live on the YouTube side for a little bit longer, but y'all on the TikTok side, I'm going to end up closing it and I'm going to go to YouTube fully. But yeah, so on the TikTok side, just want to give y'all a little bit of a shout out for a second. I want to say thank you so much to all the gifters. There was over 40. There's over 30,000 likes, over 1,000 comments. Love it. I greatly appreciate it. So thank you so much, everyone over there. Thank you to the moderators for helping out. I'm glad everybody was behaving. Didn't see any need, so that's how I like to see it done. So with that said, those that are on the TikTok side, I am ending it, and I will be going to YouTube fully over there and talking to people about things that are going on in the Middle East. That's the conversations I'm going to have over there. We're going to go through and scan that, as well as, check some other things too. So have some spicy conversations over there. So everyone on TikTok, you have a wonderful and blessed day. Hopefully you jump over to YouTube. If not, it's totally okay. But yeah, I hope that you have a wonderful and blessed day. Take care, everybody. God bless. All right, so everyone on YouTube, thank you to everyone who is here. And we will talk about the war. We'll go through, see if there's anything that is new that's popped up. It's been a long time since I've looked at Israel, but we'll see how it's going over there. So if you're new to the YouTube, you'll like it better over here. The thing that you won't like is that you can't tag people. So it stinks. That is the downside to it. So I wish you could, but fortunately you can't. So I feel like I just came up in life being in the YouTube side. Let's go. Welcome to the dark side. But all right, let's go through and check this. Let's do a refresh here. See if anything's showing up. So yeah, in the last 13 minutes, there's a Israel helicopter has launched raids on site in a Gaza Strip. Now that's new, hearing that a helicopter's doing that. Give me a second. Let me see if I can find a feed for the Gaza Strip. Give me just a second. Let me see if let's see. Yeah, here we go. I can do this one. So I'm going to turn the lava off. And I'm going to bring that over. And I'll put that overlay on top. Should be all good. Looking good, looking good. Okay. And then let me turn that up. All right. Oh my. Yeah. So yeah, a helicopter just did a raid, and you see where you're looking at on that camera is pointed at it. That camera is over here, pointed down. So where all you see that smoke, that is right where that raid took place at. So that is interesting. Ooh, I don't know what that was. Almost looked like a flare in that smoke there. Now on the bottom you do have the volcano going, but the sound is only with those of the booms. Yeah. So we're definitely hearing that stuff again. So it sounds like someone's music is going on over there. But all right, let's see what else do we have that is taking place. There was a couple of hits. 4 people passing away, including children. In Israel's raid on the city at the Gaza Strip. So that's heartbreaking. Not sure who's reporting that. Let's see. Who is that? Okay, so that's Palestinian that's reporting that. So Palestinian is saying that children's lives were taken. Again, Palestinian news that's reporting that, not Israel. Have more talking about the bombing in northern Gaza. Israel's army artillery towards after ID interceptions were seen in the area at the border. So this would have been on Lebanon side. Israel says that it discovered long-range rockets, presumably ones that can reach Tel Aviv or Jerusalem inside what appears transport trucks. So we can actually look at this. So I do know that someone, I can't remember who it was. Maybe it was Syria, but I can't remember who it was. But someone, I remember they were showing off their stuff that they were making. So I wonder if maybe that might be where the raid is coming from. That was on our Detroit news this morning. Yeah, okay. Red alerts for Israel, yeah. I imagine that is always going. Israel's army artillery also towards, so that's on the Lebanon side. So, yeah, lots of moving in right there. We're used to seeing things like that on the Lebanon side. Not sure how much has increased, but yeah. Mortar shells launches. Blew up a tunnel on the east as soon as the Israel forces advanced towards it, and its members' lives were taken and wounded. So that is in the South Gaza Strip. So apparently they're moving more and more down there. Airstrikes by hostile warplanes targeted on the outskirts. That would have been in Lebanon. Now that one's interesting. Wasn't aware of warplanes. So yeah, there is some big booms taking place. I don't see them happening because of the way that I'm having to look. So a big number of buildings were demolished East Gaza. Let's see what this video looks like. Oh wow, that is a lot.
כאן מתחיל הניצחון. עם ישראל חי.
Let's see. I want to bring that down to here. And I'm actually going to make that big.
גדוד שבא. חטיבה 828. מיינס תהיה שלום.
Yeah, there's not much left to demolish. Not on the northern Gaza. It looks like a parking lot, like they claimed it was. I'm gonna replay this video again.
גדוד שבא. חטיבה 828. מיינס תהיה שלום. כאן מתחיל הניצחון.
That is a massive raid hit right there. I'm gonna keep that file. I mean that is massive. That was a lot of drops right there. Let's see what y'all are saying in the comments. Let me move this over so I can read y'all side by side. Only Iceland can even make a volcanic eruption look magnificent, majestic, and graceful. Ain't that the truth? Hope that you get to feeling better, Bitter Text listeners. By the way, I know that you were saying that you had the flu earlier, so hopefully it's not as bad as what you think. Let's see what else she said. As opposed to non-hostile warplanes, yeah. But yeah, I just haven't seen any warplanes over on the Lebanon side. Yep, there was another flash that took place there. let's see. Tunnels, yes. Tunnels down in is another reason for hitting a lot. For continuing to bomb the area. So, that one was massive. Yeah, I wish I could sit here and watch. Yeah, because I have two screens. So what you see here, of the map is on one of my screens. What you see of those videos, and that's another story. That's on my second screen. And then I got a third screen. But yeah. Thank you. I feel fluish. That stinks, but not sure. Hopefully it's not as bad. Let's see. Israel bombed the monastery church in Gaza. So that's not unheard of. I'm trying to see what this is. Almost looks like a window AC. That's what that looks like. The math just isn't mathing with how long this has been going on in such a relatively small area. To me, it is. I'm actually, I don't want to use the word impressed because, I don't like saying it like that. But to me, I'm shocked, I guess, to see how much the activity is going and how active it is. And I think it's going to be something maybe a few more months. I know that they're hitting South Gaza right now. And I do know that they said a couple more months, but I think this is going to be a few months. We'll see how they deal with South Gaza. Yeah. With anything being left. Yeah, so the area, I've said it, you might know, but just in case you don't know, or there's someone listening that doesn't know, is this area isn't that big. It's just basically the size of New York City's, in a way. It is not that big. So, I think it might be 30 miles or something like that. It's just not that much. But yeah, so you would be thinking with how much they're getting hit that it would just already be a parking lot. So they're just having to be strategic about it. If they could just go on and make a sweep, then they could. But they can't do that. Let's see. Yeah. Yep. That smoke plume was massive on there. Shows that Israel is trying to be careful about targets. Yes, I do agree with that. I know how it is in war. Accidents happen. Things happen. No war is ever pretty. No war is ever perfect. Things suck. So, like the hostages. That sucks. Some things just don't go to how you think they should be going. But yeah. What is that happening down there? Guess someone's doing some work. Huh. Not sure what that was about. Let's see. So hard to watch. Living so close to Missouri, it really is difficult. There are rallies. Oh man, marches and protests every day. Really? I didn't know it was happening so much for y'all. New raids and artillery shelling on the city. In Gaza strips, drones and targets. Let's see what this video is. Morning airstrikes, northern Gaza. used to it. Let's see what this one is. So this is down in South Gaza. You know, like another thing is you got people that are like, oh, there's journalists that have been wounded, or, you know, a journalist who lost their lives and things like that. It's not unheard of. It should not be shocking at all. So yeah, there's the news on that. Let's look and see anything. I hate any loss of life. Yeah. Let's see what Russia's saying in this. A couple of reports. So the foreign minister of Iran and Qatar met and discussed in the meeting bilateral relations and regional developments, including the latest situation in Gaza, were discussed. Okay. The necessity of respecting international legitimacy and establishing a Palestinian state with Jerusalem as its capital. What? You gotta be kidding me. Moscow has lost, I mean, Russia has lost your ever-loving mind if you think that Jerusalem should be Palestinian. Look, not even the Quran says that Jerusalem should be Palestinians or Muslims. Not even the Quran says that. Yeah, I'll say it again. It says the necessity of respecting international legitimacy and establishing a Palestinian state with Jerusalem as its capital. I love how Russia, you know, sits here and says, you know, that they're all for stopping this, but they are just blasting Ukraine day in, day out. Biggest hypocrites. Goodness gracious. Yeah, gimme, yeah. European Commissions came out and said this: we have not detected any indication that Gazans are heading towards Europe, but we do not rule it out. I've never heard of people be called Gazans from Gaza, but yeah, so that's interesting that the European Commission thinks that people are trying to head out of there to them. So yeah, very crazy, K9. By the way, make sure that y'all click the live button. It'll be if you're watching this, you know, vertical is down in the bottom left-hand corner, and then the same thing if you're watching this horizontal, it's down in the bottom left-hand corner. You just want to make sure that you click the live, and you'll be hearing me with maybe like a 5-second delay. Not that much. Let me see how much of a delay it is. Yeah, so not even a 3-second delay. That's what I'm at. So, all right. Foreign ministers of Iran. I already read that. Planes continue to launch a series of raids on the Gaza Strip. Read that. Let's see what this is saying. UN Special Coordinator. Yeah, we're used to this, and I don't even have to read it, but I'm going to. But anyhow, they came out saying for the Middle East peace process, the situation in the West Bank is very worrying. Yeah, okay. I've heard you all along. Blinken coming out and saying this, that he spoke with the Egyptian foreign minister today, that was 18 hours ago, to affirm U.S.-Egypt cooperations of shared priorities, including the establishment of an independent Palestinian state. That was a flash. Increasing aid to Gaza and regional security. So, yeah, definitely over here, you know, appreciate the like or the thumbs up thing. That does help me. I know that one. I don't know if, you know, continuously hitting the like button helps. It might, but I mean, y'all can give it a shot, see if it brings in some people. Right now we're at 59 people in here. We'll see if, you know, if you want to hit the love button, if it helps. So, I mean, I can hit it too, but yeah, I don't know if it'll help or not to bring in any more people. So, let's see, what is other announcements? This is coming from Qatar. Yeah, I've already read that and read that one. What did Egypt say out here? Egypt's the secretary came out and said, we will go to Cairo with a clear vision that includes the exchange of prisoners through the principle for all for all. Okay. Let's see. And we brought in one more people. Uh-oh. Now we got some flares going on. I don't mean to say it like, uh-oh. We've all seen flares. So those flares, you see how bright they are, of how much the ground they light up. I mean, it is like the sun. You see that? How bright that is? It's crazy bright. Where's Aspect at? Oh, and the Cairo thing, Expressive Soul. So, they will go to Cairo with a clear vision that includes the exchange of prisoners through the principle of all for all. So, you know, that it's kind of, you know, Egypt tries to act like they're just very humanitarian, but Egypt walks the line on both sides, but they are more so on the side of, you know, Palestinian stuff. So, yeah, you ain't gotta worry about hitting that love button anymore. We're sitting at 60 people, so I don't think it helps all that much. You can hit it if you want to, but I wouldn't really worry about it all that much. Let's see. That's really it on the news in there. I'll do a quick scroll through to see if there's any pictures of stuff. This is a water truck. This is in Gaza. It's there. Yeah, familiar with the network is, I mean, they're going down, which, I mean, should be obvious regardless of the, you know, they do push it down, but I mean, they're getting bombed like crazy, so a lot of their, you know, places are not holding up. Let's see. Israel Army strikes continued this morning, constantly since overnight. I don't see anything happening. Okay. That was a pointless video. Iran's foreign minister is on his way. Oh, we already know all that. The person to the head of the Hamas movement There is no benefit from a truce for hours followed by the continuation of the Israel aggression. Okay? Yeah, not really anything else. Yeah, so there's definitely some hits going on right there. Gotta go to my work. Christmas thing. I'll leave this up. I appreciate you, Pam. So I'll probably leave this live going too as well. Since we're holding a steady 60 in here, I can, do some things. Let people listen to bomb hits. Watch this live, see if anything is interesting. Let's do a refresh, see if anything comes on. Anybody have any questions for me that you think that I haven't been able to answer over there on TikTok? Because I can definitely answer things a lot better over here on YouTube. Not beat around a bush. I love how they blame Israel when it was them that broke the truce. Exactly. I mean, they literally, Hamas started this. There's no way around it. And when people sit there and go, oh, it goes back to 1948, like, what? Like, would you honestly sit there and be like, oh, yeah, let's say that the south of the United States went in and attacked the north. And would you actually sit there and be like, yeah, this was started back during the Civil War days and everything. This ain't, don't blame the Southerns for this. Like, what? Nah, buddy. You straight started it. Just because something happened years in the past, nah, you don't get that get out of jail free card. So, leaving mine up while I go away. Have a blessed one, Robin. Thank you for your help. I greatly appreciate you as well. Yeah, it is ridiculous. Let's see. That's it. We can check Syria, see if there's anything going on in there. There was an explosion in Damascus airport. That's not new. What happened? Nothing really. We were just covering the Israel's war, but there's not much that's any different. Good activity going on. Yeah, there is. Do have some stuff that's happening. Let's see. Can't get that dumb ad to go away. There we go. Stupid thing. Sorry, just got on. You're all good, Stephanie. So yeah, we talked about, Gaza. I will say this: they did a helicopter raid. I'll show you this. This was pretty interesting right here.
Dude, shut up. חטיבה 828, אומרת את יהיה שלום. כאן מתחיל הניצחון.
Yeah. So that happened.
עם ישראל חי.
Almost like they don't want to talk about it anymore. They don't want to talk about it anymore.
גדוד שבא. חטיבה 828, אומרת את יהיה שלום.
So yeah, I mean that is massive. That is a massive airstrike right there. All right, so now on to Syria. Let's see if there's anything going on in there. We witnessed the failure of the government and the opposition to find any solution in the Syrian crisis. Left Syrian lands to the control of radical organizations. That was the commander in chief of SDF. I don't know what that stands for, but yeah. Raids by Russian warplanes targeted. Yeah, so this is crazy. Russia attacks Syria. Syria attacks America and Israel. Someone explain that one to me. No crap. Yeah. But someone explain that one to me. Russia and Turkey are attacking Syria, but Syria is attacking America and Israel, and Russia and America, like, I mean, what type of circle is weirdo circle is that? Let's see what this is. Okay. Oh, yeah. So, hit taking place out there. Jordan's minister of government. The kingdom is in the constant state of defense of the borders. Yeah, that makes zero sense. Yeah, there's a lot that makes zero sense. It doesn't make sense that Russia. By the way, Stephanie, here's another one for you. Russia said that Palestinians should be a state and their capital should be Jerusalem. Not even the Quran says that insanity. They're all like the elementary kids throwing a tantrum. Yeah, they are. Not a good situation in Syria. Yeah. Let's see. Israel armor shelling. Let's see what this video is. Russian warplanes launched airstrikes on Syria. Hold on. Let's do this. This looks like this might be an interesting one.
حتى ريح شمال شرق. بمكان وجود نفاذ حربي مكان وجود نفاذ.
Okay.
بمكان وجود نفاذ حربي مكان وجود نفاذ. نفاذ. حرب بالتنفيذ انتباه.
I have no idea what they're saying. Okay. Russia talks out of their rear end. Here's this crazy thing. I actually used to respect Russia, and I have lost pretty much all my respect out of them. So I can't stand communism. I couldn't stand the USSR, but I still respected the people. I've been over there, St. Petersburg. I visited there, but I respected them. But this, with how they are doing Israel and they're attacking Ukraine, I'm like, what? And I've never been anyone who even liked Ukraine. But now I'm sitting here in my mind, I'm just like, I don't get you, Russia. I don't get you. You're attacking Ukraine for less reasons than what Israel is attacking Gaza. But you're telling Israel that it needs to stop, but you're trying to tell the world how you need to continue to demolish Ukraine. It makes no sense. So therefore, that's where I'm going to sit there and say, you know what, you're just losing all of my respect. So, yeah, backseat drivers. Yeah, that is kind of how they are. They just complaining to complain anything that America does. They want the reverse of it. So Russia been drinking. Let's see. Don't know what this is. We'll see. So that was someone putting out a fire. 5 people lost their lives and several wounded in an area in Syria as a result of a missile bombardment by pro-Assad forces. Who is pro-Assad? Let me pull this up. What? So, Assad governments are Russians, Iranian, and Hezbollah. Dude, do you even know who you're attacking anymore? Who is attacking who? Yeah, sounds like a horrible bad joke. Wow. Wow. I'm leaving that up. Craziness. Bombings, more bombings. Islamic resistance in Iraq claims an attack on U.S. base. Yeah, sadly, we're used to that. So there's everything that's going on in Syria that not a lot of people know. If Russia was to take Ukraine, what would keep them from invading other countries like Germany in World War II? Agreed. That's so. What took place in little history lesson here? When Hitler started it, it was all about just going after Poland, and then he eventually did a false flag, and they came through and said that the nations sat there and was like, no, you can't go and get our. Let me start over on this. So what took place is Poland and Russia. Poland was awarded land, and Hitler sat there and was saying, hey, I want my land back because our people that are Russians that are now in this part, they're being treated badly. They wouldn't give it to him. So he eventually created a false flag where he burnt down his library, and they said, fine, you can attack. And he attacked. And then he got that part of the land back. And it carried on into more. So, just like you just said, AK4, it's the exact same question that you had. If they sat here and they gave this, what more are they going to want? So, I get it. Let's see, what else? Amber says, does this indicate that these smaller groups are in fact working for those countries? I don't know. They were appointed, so you can actually say without a doubt that yes, they do. They were appointed. Let's see what's in Ukraine. I don't even want to look at this silly map, but we'll look. Just because it's just a lot of bombings. Also, Lace said, right now it'd be their lack of manpower win it. Already on the equivalent of scraping the barrel, scraping the barrel, what about NATO? What do you mean, what about NATO? Sorry, can you elaborate a little bit more on that question? I want to know what Russia's doing. Yeah, I want to know what Russia's doing in there as well. Let's see if I see anything going on. Come over to this. I want to see it like this. Give me just a second. Put it on this. Yeah, you only have Canada and American flights on. So, yeah, I don't know. Your guess. Oh yeah, Ukraine being not part of NATO. So yeah, it's pretty pretty bizarre that NATO still won't let Ukraine be a part of them. So you would think that, as much as they're helping them, that they'd be like, you know what, let's bring you in, but it's not that way. And also, here's the other thing. NATO, and one of the greatest allies to NATO is Turkey. And so Turkey is against Israel. They ride that fine line. They really, really do. But it's blatantly obvious that they're not for Israel. They won't say it, but it's blatantly obvious. Let's check. What's this? Okay, so this is a global hulk, by the way, that is up out in the waters. I can't tell if this one's doing training due to the radar, so I really have no idea. It did come out of the waters up there off of Virginia and everything, so that was where the one was earlier this morning. So maybe it's returning back to Jacksonville is what that's doing. And that one, if that is the one, I think it is. I remember VP, that call sign. I think that's what it was. But I think they were out there when that Russian flight came in. Yeah, Turkey, no sense. Seems like they want to take an official stance. Yeah, they should go ahead and take an official stance. You know, but I think what it is you got NATO's strongest ally being Turkey, so Turkey is sitting there, you know, like, do we want to lose this just for our sake of saying something? So it's I'll be honest. I'll be flat honest. It's almost like a world war needs to take place, so you know the stance of everybody. You don't get this wishy-washy crap. Anybody agree or disagree with that statement? I'm looking at USA. Alright. I think that's what will eventually happen. One day it's going to eventually happen. Too many people are unsure. Let's see. Russian visit. If there's anything going on. Russia expects Armenian Prime Minister to visit St. Petersburg. Okay. China's Z says strong Russia ties are strategic choices. Okay. Yeah. See, I've got nothing else to why they're over here. Someone asking. Says U.S. allies fear defeat as Ukrainian aid stalls. Like you don't need to be barking here, Skipper. You need to settle down, simmer down now. Mouse fever outbreak hits Russian troops. But now that's an interesting one, that you have U.S. allies fearing defeat as Ukrainian aid stalls. I know that what's his name, Zelensky, is trying to push really, really hard to keep getting his aid from America. World War involving nukes. I don't know. To unleash nukes, you got to really, really hate an area, and you also have to make sure that there's nothing that you want to use that land for. So, for instance, China isn't going to nuke America. I don't think that's ever going to take place. And it's because China loves, it's what they get out of us. is our food. That's what they get from us, and we are severely in debt to them. So we help each other out as much as, you know, they may hate each other, but we still help each other out. We're too afraid to do anything to one another. But yeah, so if they send a nuke over here, then you're hurting the land. You're not going to be able to till it. And therefore, you end up hurting your people. So I don't see China doing it. Russia, maybe. Maybe. They would be the only ones. But now hitting nukes in other areas, no. That it would be a hard one. Like, you really have to piss someone off. Like, if you wanted to do something to the United Kingdom, you really gonna hit your other areas too, to affecting them? It's not like these places are far away. Any more information on planes not tracking over the water? Nope, nothing. I don't get it. Do not get it. Why that is happening. Who can you trust in NATO? Yeah, just flip-flopping constantly. I mean, let's not forget, NATO literally sat there and jumped on the bus of, oh my gosh, Israel bombed the hospital in Gaza. They fell for it, and now they continue to fall for it. So, and the humanitarian act, or whatever they're called, that did their investigation, literally said that it was Hamas who did that. So, but, you know, you got people out of NATO that love to speak once in a while and be like, hey, yeah, that happened, and, you know, let's do humanitarian and everything. Ever since that day. Before that, they were sitting there, you know, gung-ho with back in Israel, and then they flipped flipped. You still have some that back Israel, obviously America. Let me turn that sound back up. Need a reset anyways. Yeah. Well, I don't know anything else to discuss. Yeah, y'all have any questions, feel free to ask. If not, then what I'll do is I'll probably turn on the sound of, you know, the lava and let this live, you know, just continue to go. Unless anyone has any questions. Let's go. So yeah, if y'all don't mind staying here, you know, or, you know, continue to let it play. So if you're on a computer, just continue to let this play. So, because I need the hours. If I'm gonna end up coming over here, but you know, seeing that 60 people jumping over here, I think that's good. That's a flare hitting there. Flare dropped really quick. So, which one would y'all like to hear? Got to meet a client. Have a blessed one today, Brooklyn. Sounds good. I've been purposely avoiding news because of being overwhelmed, so didn't expect to catch up anytime soon. Yeah. Don't blame you. You know, go enjoy Christmas and stuff. Don't let this stuff affect you. Yeah, so I appreciate that, Leaf. So, alright, so press 1, or say what you want. What would you rather listen to? Lava, or the bombs, or both? I don't think it would actually sound good together, by the way. Lava. I see some said both. By the way, what I'll do is I'll start this live back as far as I can. Alright, we'll try to do it as both. I'm going to stick around. We'll try and do it as both. I think it may be alright. We'll see. Alright, so I'm going to turn the lava on. Let me know in the comments how this ends up sounding.
President Trump continues to use fascist language that dehumanizes immigrants. Here's what he said last night in Iowa.
We have no idea who any of them are. They come from Africa. They come from Asia. They come from South America. And it's true. They're destroying the blood of our country. That's what they're doing. They're destroying our country. They don't like it when I said that. And I never read Mein Kampf. They said, oh, Hitler said that in a much different way. You know, they're coming from all over the world, people all over the world. We have no idea. They could be healthy. They could be very unhealthy. They could bring in disease that's going to catch on in our country, but they do bring in crime. But they have them coming from all over the world. And they're destroying the blood of our country. They're destroying the fabric of our country. And we're going to have to get them out.
You know, Mike Barnacle, just, it's always, I've always found it, just absolutely surprising that whenever you would bring up comparisons, not you, when I would bring up, or other people bring up comparisons with what Donald Trump said and what fascist leaders in the past have said, you know, everybody with their white gloves trying to, I don't know, trying to play by a different set of rules. Say, oh, you can't talk about that. You can't bring up the fact that Donald Trump talks like a fascist or Mussolini or Hitler. When in fact you go back and see what Adolf Hitler said about vermin and the need to destroy vermin and uproot Marxists, destroy vermin, or what Hitler said about poisoning the blood of our country. The comparisons are the parallels are shocking. They're just shocking. And by the way, when a guy says, by the way, I've never read Mein Kampf, while he's speaking as if he's read Mein Kampf, it brings me back, and a lot of people back, to Ivana Trump's 1990 interview with Vanity Fair, where she said that her husband kept collected speeches of Adolf Hitler by his bedside. And that's an awfully random thing to say. I mean, if you ask me, because you'd say, yeah, Joe will keep, sometimes, Faulkner, devotional biographies of Paul McCartney, Churchill books, etc.
Not Mein Kampf.
Randomly, Donald Trump kept a collection of Hitler speeches by his bedside, said his first wife. And so maybe he didn't read Mein Kampf, but he kept a collection of Hitler speeches by his bed, according to his first wife, in a Vanity Fair article.
Oh.
And you can hear it in his words. You can see it at his rallies. That's exactly the direction he's going. He's going, doubling, tripling down on fascist Hitler-like rhetoric.
You know, Joe, as you were speaking just a few moments ago, referencing his bedside and Hitler's manuscripts or whatever, Mika sighed. She went, oh. And that's the sigh, I think, of the country. This country is on overload. The volatility of the electorate in this country is as if everyone of eligible voting age, and plus some younger people, are in a clothes dryer tumbling around. The problem with what we just heard, Donald Trump speaking as he spoke, saying what he said, is nobody ever leaves. They stay there and they listen to him, Mara. And the infection has spread coast to coast. Nobody leaves a Trump rally.
You know, I think one of the things we forget is that fascism has traditionally had enormous appeal. And that's hard to talk about because, of course, we know it's scary, it's dangerous, it's wrong. It led in the 20th century to the murder of 6 million Jews and many others. And yet, fascism continues to have appeal. And that was also true in this country, where we saw fascism take a different form, just as racist, in the U.S. South. And so we have to be on constant guard for it. We have to call it by its name when we see it. And I think that there are some other things that can be done as well, which is, somebody's got to stand up and say, no, that's wrong. Immigrants are the lifeblood of this country. Immigrants helped build this country. Immigrants are humans, just like you and me. And by the way, of course, the hypocrisy is stunning. If I'm not mistaken, I don't believe that Donald Trump's family has been here alongside the Native Americans since the beginning of the founding of the country. He himself is the descendant of immigrants. But this is what fascism does. It lies, it dehumanizes, it turns Americans and people against one another. It has to be called out, uprooted, and we have to create some off-ramps to just help the American people understand how to recognize fascism. I think that's what scares me. How many voters really listen to Donald Trump and understand how dangerous these lies are? And where is the effort to help Americans understand, not in a partisan way, but in a historic way, help them contextualize that language? Americans deserve better. Immigrants deserve better.
Yeah.
Shameful.
And David, it is shameful. And
I want to welcome everyone here today. Without objection, the chair may declare a recess at any time. The first order of business is to welcome the return of a member to the committee. We want to welcome Ms. Rashid Tlaib from Michigan to the committee. Congresswoman Tlaib has been a member of the House. Congresswoman Tlaib has been a member of the House since 2019. And before that, she served 15 years in the Michigan House of Representatives. Ms. Tlaib is a familiar face to this committee, as she spent her first 2 terms on the Oversight Committee. Congresswoman Tlaib replaces Congresswoman Ballant of Vermont, and I want to welcome back Congresswoman Tlaib. I now recognize Ranking Member Raskin to welcome Congresswoman Tlaib.
Well, thank you, Chairman Comer, for that very warm welcome extended to our colleague Rashida Tlaib, the favorite daughter of Michigan and a veteran of this committee, and we're so thrilled and delighted that she's back to join us. I yield back to you.
Gentleman yields back. I ask unanimous consent for Representative Jason Smith of the House Ways and Means Committee to be waived on the committee for today's hearing for the purposes of asking questions. Without objection, so ordered.
And Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that our colleague Congressman Glenn Ivey from Maryland be permitted to join the committee and ask questions of the witnesses today.
Without objection, so ordered. I now recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement. Since assuming our Republican majority in January, the House Oversight and Accountability Committee has uncovered a mountain of evidence revealing how Joe Biden abused his public office for his family's financial gain. For years, President Biden has lied to the American people about his knowledge of and participation in his family's corrupt business schemes. At least 10 times, Joe Biden lied to the American people that he never spoke to his family about their business dealings. He lied by telling the American people that there was an absolute wall between his official government duties and his personal life. Let's be clear, there was no wall. The door was wide open to those who purchased what a business associate described as the Biden brand. Evidence reveals that then Vice President Joe Biden spoke, dined, and developed relationships with his family's foreign business targets. These business targets include foreign oligarchs who sent millions of dollars to his family. It also includes a Chinese national who wired $250,000 to his son. Joe Biden also lied to the American people about his family making money in China. He continued to lie about it even when the House Oversight Committee uncovered bank wires, revealing how the Bidens received millions from Chinese companies with significant ties to Chinese intelligence and the Chinese Communist Party. Just this week, We uncovered 2 additional wires sent to Hunter Biden that originated in Beijing from Chinese nationals. This happened when Joe Biden was running for president of the United States, and Joe Biden's home is listed as the beneficiary address. To date, the House Oversight Committee has uncovered how the Bidens and their associates created over 20 shell companies, most of which were created when Joe Biden was vice president, and raked in over $20 million between 2014 and 2019. We've also identified 9 Biden family members who have participated in or benefited from these shady business schemes. Now, what were the Bidens selling to make all this money? Joe Biden himself. Joe Biden is the brand, and Joe Biden showed up at least 24 times with business targets and associates sending signals of access, influence, and power to those prepared to pay for it. The American people demand accountability for this culture of corruption. They demand to know how these schemes have compromised President Biden and threatened our national security. They demand safeguards to be put in place to prevent public officials from selling access to their public office for private gain. Under the leadership of Speaker Kevin McCarthy, House Republicans have now opened an impeachment inquiry into President Joe Biden. By opening an impeachment inquiry, our investigation is now focused on whether President Biden engaged in impeachable offenses under the U.S. Constitution. It empowers Congress, elected by the people, to continue providing the answers, transparency, and accountability that the American people demand and deserve. In recent history, Democrats inflicted much damage on the credibility of congressional investigations by peddling the Russian collusion hoax. But this committee, under this majority, will not pursue such witch hunts based on manufactured allegations, innuendo, and no real evidence. Today, the House Oversight Committee will examine over 24 pieces of evidence revealing Joe Biden's corruption and abuse of public office. This includes emails, text messages, bank records, and testimony of Biden business associates. We will hear from legal and financial experts about this evidence and crimes that may have been committed as Joe Biden was sold around the world. The House Oversight Committee, along with the committees on the Judiciary and Ways and Means, will continue to follow the money and the evidence to provide accountability so that Americans know their public offices are not for sale. I now yield to Jason Smith, the chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Comer. Yesterday, the Ways and Means Committee released new documents showing President Biden was not just aware of his son's business dealings, but he was connected to them. In a newly released message to a Chinese business executive, Hunter Biden mentions preserving the, quote, keys to my family's only asset. That asset, Joe Biden. New evidence released in response to questions raised by members of the committee on both sides when Gary Shapley and Joseph Ziegler, the 2 IRS whistleblowers, testified in July, paints a disturbing picture of a revolving door between Joe Biden's office and Hunter Biden's business partners. According to a worksheet provided by IRS whistleblower Ziegler, then Vice President Biden's April 2014 official visit to Ukraine occurred only days after a series of White House meetings with Hunter Biden and his business associates regarding Ukraine. Shortly after Joe Biden returned stateside, the Ukrainian company Burisma announced Hunter Biden's appointment to its board. New evidence provided shows Hunter Biden using his father's position to gain favor with billionaire Miguel Alemán, including having Joe Biden host them at the White House in February of 2014 at the vice president's residence alongside Mexican billionaire Carlos Slim in November of 2015, and then in 2016 using Air Force Two to shuttle Hunter Biden and his business associate to Mexico City. Whether it was lunches, phone calls, White House meetings, or official foreign trips, Hunter Biden cashed in by arranging access to Joe Biden, the family brand. The Biden family and their associates received millions in payments from foreign sources, including from Russia, China, Ukraine, Romania. In one email, Hunter Biden even bragged that he cut a deal for $10 million from just one company for, quote, introductions alone. And yet the DOJ wanted to keep the spotlight as far from Joe Biden as possible. One of the items we released yesterday was an IRS interview with James Biden, the president's brother, in September of 2022. The agency was barred in the interview from asking him about Joe Biden and about whether Joe Biden was involved in Hunter Biden's deal with a Chinese energy company. And when Hunter Biden had his tax liability of over $2 million mysteriously paid for by a Democrat Party donor named Kevin Morris, who he barely knew, something IRS investigators saw as a possible campaign finance violation, Assistant U.S. Attorney Leslie Wolf said she did not want any of the agents to look into the allegation. On the board are notes Agent Shapley took from that meeting. He notes that Wolf told investigators that she was not, quote, personally interested in pursuing it. This is the same attorney, Wolf, who in an email we released yesterday responded to IRS investigators seeking approval for a search warrant with, quote, there should be nothing about political figure one in here, that being a reference by definition of Joe Biden. The Biden family sold access to Joe Biden's power, and the Biden Justice Department protected the Biden brand. We must continue to follow the facts. I yield to Representative Jordan.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. This is a tale as old as time. Politician takes action that makes money for his family, and then he tries to conceal it. Never forget 4 fundamental facts. Hunter Biden gets put on the board of Burisma. Gets paid a lot of money. Hunter Biden's not qualified, fact number 2, to sit on the board. Not my words, his words. He said he got on the board because of the brand, because of the name. Fact number 3, the executives at Burisma asked Hunter Biden to weigh in and help them with the pressure they are under from the prosecutor in Ukraine. Fact number 4, Joe Biden goes to Ukraine on December 9th, 2015, gives the speech attacking the prosecutor that starts the process of getting that guy fired. Those facts, by the way, are consistent with what the confidential human source told the FBI, and the FBI recorded in the 1023 form. The same form that the Justice Department didn't want to let this committee see. And all those facts, all of that was further confirmed yesterday with the information that the Ways and Means Committee released from the whistleblowers Shapley and Ziegler. Here's a communication from Hunter Biden to an executive with Burisma. Devin and I do feel comfortable with Blue Star strategies and the ability of Sally and Karen to deliver. Hunter Biden put Burisma in touch with Blue Star Strategies. What were they going to deliver? Well, that was in a communication released yesterday as well. U.S. officials in Ukraine and in the United States need to express support for Burisma and Nikolai Zlochevsky to the highest level decision makers, the president of Ukraine, the president's chief of staff, and the prosecutor general. That's what they were going to deliver. And were they successful? The Interior Minister confirmed that Zlochevsky is no longer wanted. We won in less than a year communications between the folks at Blue Star and Eric Sherwin, who was Hunter Biden's business partner. Awesome work. Congratulations to you guys. Those are the communications. That's what they got done. And remember, when this happens in October 2016, when the pressure is taken off, the case is dropped against Zlochevsky, this is the second prosecutor. Joe Biden fired the first one. The second prosecutor comes in, drops the charges. That's exactly what they wanted done. And the final step is the Biden Justice Department tries to sweep it all under the rug. They slow walk the investigation. They let the statute of limitations lapse for the most important years, 14 and 15, the Burisma years when all that income's coming in. They try to put together this sweetheart deal and get it past the judge. And we learned yesterday in the search warrant examining Hunter Biden's electronic communications, they weren't allowed to ask about political figure one. Political figure number one is the big guy, is Joe Biden. And they would have gotten away with it all. They would have gotten away with it all except for 2 brave whistleblowers who sat in those seats 2 months ago and told their story. And their story has stood up. 2 brave whistleblowers and a judge in Delaware who said, we're not going to let this happen. That's why we're here today. That's why this inquiry is so darn important. It's the oldest story in the world, and those are the facts. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Ranking Member Raskin of Maryland for his opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Before I give my opening statement, I have a parliamentary inquiry. Given that the committee has not been authorized by the full House to conduct an impeachment inquiry, am I correct in assuming that we're obligated to follow the rules of the House, including Section 370 of the Rules and Manual, which prescribe engaging in personalities towards the president?
At ease with. Well, considering this is an investigation of Joe Biden, I assume that his name's going to come up.
Right, but the House has not authorized this as an impeachment inquiry, so we're just operating with the general rules. And I think saying that the president lied is considered engaging in a personality. In fact, Section 370 says accusations that the president has committed a crime or even that the president has done something illegal are unparliamentary. And we're operating with the general rules of the House because the House has not authorized.
The Speaker of the House has authorized the impeachment inquiry. It has been authorized.
Okay. All right.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
The ranking member, who wants to be recognized? Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
I believe changing of the rules must require a vote from the full House of Representatives. The rules of the committee.
The chair overrules a point of order. While articles of impeachment are not directly before this committee, we are looking into the potential wrongdoing of the president. Given the unique nature and subject matter of today's hearing topic, these words will not be ruled out of order. So,
okay.
Ranking Member Ashton, please proceed.
Thank you for clarifying, Mr. Chairman. We obviously have an honest disagreement about that. All right, so let's get it straight. We're 62 hours away from shutting down the government of the United States of America, and Republicans are launching an impeachment drive based on a long debunked and discredited lie. No foreign enemy has ever been able to shut down the government of the United States, but now MAGA Republicans are about to do just that. But they don't want to cut off public services to the people and deny paychecks to more than 1 million service members without first launching an impeachment drive, even when they don't have a shred of evidence against President Biden for an impeachable offense. And you think I'm being harsh? Here's what some Republicans have had to say over the last week about the actions of the Republicans as they watch up close, quote, the dysfunction caucus at work, in the words of our GOP colleague from Nebraska, Don Bacon. Clown show, foolishness, terribly misguided, stupidity, failure to lead, lunatics, disgraceful, new low, pathetic, enabling Chairman Xi, people that have serious issues. Those folks don't have a plan, show just how broken they are, and individuals that just want to burn the whole place down. Now, if I said any of these things, they'd probably take my words down, but these are Republicans talking about Republicans. So let's be clear. This isn't partisan warfare America's seeing today. It is chaotic infighting between Republicans and Republicans. It's MAGA versus extreme MAGA, as if anybody in the real world could tell the difference between the two. What a staggering failure of leadership. Speaker McCarthy's invertebrate appeasement of the most fanatical elements of his conference now threatens the well-being of every American. Now, some people think the members of the GOP caucus aren't interested in anything logical. They just want to see the world burn, as Alfred Pennyworth put it in The Dark Knight. But I see a method in the madness. A week ago, Donald Trump posted a comment saying that a government shutdown, quote, is the last chance to defund these political prosecutions against me and other patriots. You get it? To delay justice, Donald Trump would cut off paychecks to a couple million service members and federal workers and furlough more than 1 million workers and pay them later for having not worked. They would halt food assistance to millions of moms and kids and keep NIH in my district from enrolling any more patients in life and death clinical research trials. Trump's convinced that if we shut the government down, his 4 criminal prosecutions on 91 different felony and misdemeanor charges will be defunded and delayed long enough to keep him from having to go before a jury of his peers before the 2024 election. And like flying monkeys on a mission for the Wicked Witch of the West, Trump's followers in the House now carry his messages out to the world, shut down the government, shut down the prosecutions. But the cult master has another command for his followers, which brings us here today. On August 27th, he posted this edict: either impeach the bum or fade into oblivion. They did it to us. Of course, the standard for impeachment is not whether they did it to us, but whether the president committed treason or bribery or other high crimes and misdemeanors. But the Constitution's irrelevant to them. What counts is what Donald Trump wants. As Republican Representative Ken Buck, a Freedom Caucus member, told CNN the other day, President Trump has gone on his social media account and said we should be impeaching President Biden. Kevin McCarthy said we have an impeachment inquiry. You draw the conclusion, directly or indirectly, this impeachment inquiry was a result of President Trump's pressure. So we move from a Trump-ordered government shutdown to a Trump-ordered impeachment process, and yet back in the reality-based world, the majority sits completely empty-handed with no evidence of any presidential wrongdoing, no smoking gun, no smoke. In fact, we have had to slide awkwardly into a House impeachment process without the benefit of the floor vote that Speaker McCarthy insisted was absolutely imperative and necessary when Donald Trump was impeached. In fact, they went to the Department of Justice and they got an OLC opinion saying, quote, no committee may undertake the momentous move from legislative oversight to impeachment without the delegation by the full House of such authority. OLC opinion, January 19th, 2020. And that's why the House voted in the case of Donald Trump, but that's exactly what has not happened here because they don't have the votes, because dozens of Republicans recognize what a futile and absurd process this is. Now, the title of the hearing is The Basis for an Impeachment Inquiry of President Joseph Biden. And yet, they present us no basis at all today, even after 8 months of investigation. They've invited 3 witnesses to testify. Not one of them is an eyewitness to a presidential crime of any kind. Not one of them is a direct fact witness about any of the events related to Ukraine and Burisma. Not one of them has participated in the 8 months of investigation in which our distinguished chairman has publicly boasted that he received 100% of everything he asked for. And I quote, every subpoena that I've signed as chairman of the House Oversight Committee over the last 5 months, we've gotten 100% of what we've requested, whether it's with the FBI, with the banks, or with Treasury. That means we are the real witnesses here. In fact, the committee has received 12,000 pages of bank records. Here they are, right in front of us, printed double-sided. And not a single page shows a dime going to President Joe Biden. We've received 2,000 pages of SARS reports the chairman subpoenaed. We've held hearings and conducted interviews with everybody from Hunter Biden's business partners to a federal agent assigned to that investigation, and still we found no evidence of wrongdoing by President Biden. If the Republicans had a smoking gun or even a dripping water pistol, they would be presenting it today, but they've got nothing on Joe Biden. All they can do is return to the thoroughly demolished lie that Rudy Giuliani and Donald Trump launched 5 years ago. The Burisma conspiracy theory, a fairy tale so preposterous that one of its main authors, Lev Parnas, has now disowned and repudiated it. This is the theory that Vice President Biden, global anti-corruption groups, and most Western governments targeted Ukraine Prosecutor General Shokin for removal because he was threatening the Burisma Corporation, whose board Hunter Biden served on. Trump synthesized the lie in his August 27th post about President Biden, saying, look, the guy got bribed. He paid people off, and he wouldn't give $1 billion to Ukraine unless they, quote, got rid of the prosecutor. Trump's story is the opposite of the truth. When Biden was VP, he worked as a key player in the Obama administration and global community's efforts to combat corruption in Ukraine. In late 2015, as part of a coordinated global effort Biden called for the removal of Viktor Shokin, a corrupt Ukrainian prosecutor general who did nothing about corruption in Ukraine other than to participate in it, rather than assist British authorities who were actually investigating Burisma and its owner. Shokin consistently frustrated their efforts. The leadership provided by Biden was part of a broad bipartisan campaign to oppose corruption in Ukraine. In early 2016, Republican senators Ron Johnson, Rob Portman, and Mark Kirk wrote to the Ukrainian president assailing corruption in his country and urging him, quote, to press ahead with urgent reforms to the prosecutor general's office. Yet years later, in 2018, as President Trump saw Biden as a strong rival in the 2020 election, he worked with Giuliani to twist all the facts around and to suddenly accuse Biden of corruption in calling for the dismissal of a corrupt prosecutor. A few months ago, Chairman Comer and the committee received an insider's account of the plan to concoct and spread this lie from an extraordinary letter sent to us by Lev Parnas, who was Rudy Giuliani's right-hand man. Giuliani and Parnas searched high and low to find anyone who would endorse their contortions about Biden. Their failing crusade culminated in the infamous phone call that then President Trump made to Ukrainian President Zelensky, in which Trump threatened to withhold hundreds of millions of dollars in economic, strategic, and military security assistance to Ukraine unless Zelensky embraced their ridiculous fabrication and falsely advertised to the world that Ukraine was investigating Joe Biden. This shakedown became the basis for the first House impeachment of President Trump. Giuliani's big lie has been thoroughly debunked by multiple sources. As Congressman Buck, a former chief of the criminal division of the U.S. Attorney's Office in Colorado and a member of the House Freedom Caucus said, and I quote, "There is in fact no evidence that Shokin was engaged in an investigation of Burisma or that Joe Biden's role in his firing was in any way connected to Burisma." He continued, "What's missing, despite years of investigation, is the smoking gun that connects Joe Biden to his never-do-well son's corruption. It's scandalous to use impeachment to establish a counterfeit moral equivalence between President Biden, an honorable public servant who has never been indicted or convicted of anything in his career of more than 50 years in public life, and Donald Trump, a twice impeached president who's recently been found in court to have sexually abused and defamed a woman and fraudulently inflated the value of his real estate properties while facing 91 criminal charges in 4 separate indictments on everything from conspiring to overthrow an election and defraud the American people to making criminal hush money payoffs to stealing classified government documents and hiding them while obstructing justice. Impeachment is the people's final weapon of constitutional self-defense against a president who behaves like a king and violates the public trust by committing treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors equivalent to them. It is reserved for extraordinary public offenses like inciting a violent insurrection against the American government and trying to overthrow our presidential election. That offense in 2021, whose related crimes have resulted in hundreds of criminal convictions and hundreds more being prosecuted, led to Donald Trump's second impeachment in the House on a massive bipartisan vote of 232 to 197 and a similarly lopsided bipartisan vote of 57 to 43 in the Senate. I wonder how many of my esteemed Republican colleagues here who all voted against impeaching Donald Trump, if they were in the House at that point, can reconcile their votes against impeaching Trump for the grave crime of inciting a violent insurrection against the government with their calls supporting impeachment of Joe Biden for allegedly committing a high crime and misdemeanor that has not even been defined yet, much less proven. Mr. Chairman, if this dysfunction caucus is going to insist on going forward, we must receive the testimony of Rudy Giuliani and Lev Parnas. the insiders who know the origins of the lie upon which this sham impeachment is based and who work to spread it. We know that Mr. Parnas is ready and willing to testify, and as a former U.S. Attorney and Mayor, Mr. Giuliani will surely agree to enlighten us on everything. Pursuant to Clause 2K6 of Rule 11, I move that the committee subpoena Rudy Giuliani and Love Parnas to come and testify in these hearings. And I would like to ask for a vote on that or debate, as you would please, Mr. Chairman. Are they going to table it? I didn't hear a motion to table.
Mr. Chairman. Chair recognizes Mr. Jordan.
I move to table the motion.
There's a motion to table Mr. Raskin's motion. Is there a second?
I'd like to ask for a recorded vote on that, Mr. Chairman. This is on the subpoena of the two key figures, Rudy Giuliani and Lev Parnas.
Key figures for what?
But in your theory about why President Biden should be impeached, I think
this is going to be an informative hearing for you, Mr. Raskins, because we were going to present evidence.
What evidence? There's no evidence witnesses. There's no fact
just
witnesses.
Sit back and let the American people see the hearing and let the American people decide.
All right.
Now look, you've gone over your time. We're going to have we're going to go by the rules here.
Okay.
Okay.
Motion.
And I'm glad you brought the box of bank statements. If we had a box of all the foreign money the Bidens took, it would have reached to the ceiling.
Yeah.
So let's just have
point
this
of
hearing.
parliamentary inquiry.
No, listen. Everybody's going to get 5 minutes. I'm going to present the witnesses. Everyone's going to get a chance. 5 minutes. I'll let the ranking member go way over time in his opening statement, but we are going to abide by the 5 minutes.
There's a motion to table on the floor.
There's a motion on the floor.
Roll call. Clerk will
There's a non-debatable motion on the floor.
Clerk will call the roll.
The motion to table. Will the clerk? We don't even have a clerk. Okay. Will the clerk get prepared for the roll call? Mr. Raskins made a motion, and then Mr. Jordan made a motion to table, and it was seconded. So the vote will now be on the motion to table Mr. Raskins' motion to subpoena Rudy Giuliani.
And Lev Parnas.
And Les Parnas. All right. Will the clerk take the roll?
No, neither Mr. Giuliani nor Mr. Parnas is in jail now.
Nate. This is the motion to table Mr. Raskin's motion.
Mr. Jordan.
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes aye. Mr. Turner. Mr. Gosar. Ms. Fox. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes aye. Ms. Mace. Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. LaTurner. Mr. LaTurner votes aye. Mr. Fallon. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes yes. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes yes. Mr. Perry. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Burchett. Mr. Burchett votes yes. Ms. Green. Ms. Green votes aye. Ms. McLean. Ms. McLean votes aye. Ms. Boebert. Ms. Boebert votes aye. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes aye. Ms. Luna. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards votes aye. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes aye. Mr. Raskin.
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Norton.
No.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Lynch.
No.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Connolly.
Nay.
Mr. Connolly votes nay. Mr. Krishnamurthy.
Nay.
Mr. Krishnamurthy votes nay. Mr. Khanna.
No.
Mr. Khanna votes no. Mr. Mfume.
Mfume votes no.
Mr. Mfume votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
Nay.
Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes nay. Ms. Porter. Ms. Bush. Mr. Gomez. Mr. Gomez votes no. Ms. Brown. Ms. Brown votes no. Ms. Stansbury.
No.
Ms. Stansbury votes no. Mr. Garcia.
No.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Frost.
No.
Mr. Frost votes no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Kassar.
No.
Mr. Kassar votes no. Ms. Crockett.
No.
Ms. Crockett votes no. Mr. Goldman.
Nay.
Mr. Goldman votes nay. Mr. Moskowitz. Mr. Moskowitz votes no. Ms. Tlaib. Ms. Tlaib votes no. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman votes yes. Mr. Gosar is not recorded. Mr. Gosar votes yes.
How has Mr. Fallon been recorded?
Mr. Fallon is not recorded. Mr. Fallon votes yes.
Okay. Hold for once. Let's see.
Regular order, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, a request for regular order.
We're seeking regular order, Mr. Chairman.
We have members en route to vote. How is Mr. Palmer recorded?
Mr. Palmer is not yet recorded. Mr. Palmer votes aye.
Motion to close the vote.
Mr. Chairman?
Second.
Mr. Chairman? How is my vote recorded?
Has Ms. Green been recorded?
Ms. Green is voted aye.
Mr. Chairman,
Chair recognizes Mr. Timmons.
how am I recorded?
Mr. Timmons is voted aye. Ms. Boebert has voted aye.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Chair recognizes Mr. Fallon.
How am I recorded?
Mr. Fallon is voted aye.
Mr. Chairman, parliamentary inquiry. Mr. Chairman, there was a motion to close the vote, and it was properly seconded.
There is. Will the clerk call the roll?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 20, the nays are 19.
The motion passes to table the Raskins motion. Now, I'm pleased to welcome an expert panel of witnesses who each bring experience and expertise to today's hearing. I'd first like to welcome Professor Jonathan Turley, who is the Shapiro Chair for Public Interest Law at George Washington University Law School. Professor Turley is a nationally recognized legal scholar who has published work in areas ranging from constitutional law to legal theory. Next, we have Ms. Eileen O'Connor, who is a former Assistant Attorney General at the United States Department of Justice Tax Division. As former Assistant Attorney General for DOJ Tax for 6 years, Ms. O'Connor supervised DOJ litigation of civil, criminal, trial, and appellate tax cases. Next, we have Mr. Bruce Dubinsky, who is the founder of Dubinsky Consulting, a forensic accountant. Mr. Dubinsky has accumulated over 40 years of financial, investigative, and dispute consulting experience, served as an expert witness over 100 times, and has testified in over 80 trials, including trials involving criminal and civil financial fraud. Lastly, we have Professor Michael Gearhart, who serves as the Burton Craig Distinguished Professor at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. Professor Gearhart has been a law professor for more than 30 years. He's the author of 7 books and has written more than 100 law review articles and dozens of op-eds in the nation's leading news publication. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise the right hand. Do you all solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that the witnesses all answered in the affirmative. Thank you all. You may be seated. We appreciate you all being here today and look forward to your testimony. Let me remind the witnesses we have read your written statements and they will appear in full in the hearing record. Please limit your oral statements to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it is on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow. When the red light comes on, your 5 minutes is expired, and we would ask that you please wrap up your testimony. I now recognize Professor Turley to begin his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Raskin, members of the committee. It's an honor to appear before you today to talk about what is undoubtedly the most weighty constitutional decision that you have under Article 1, other than the declaration of war, and that is the potential impeachment of a President of the United States. It was roughly 25 years ago that I appeared in the impeachment proceedings with other experts in the impeachment of President William Clinton. It was 4 years ago that I appeared in the impeachment proceedings for President Donald Trump. And then it was just 3 years ago that another impeachment occurred without any hearings at all. The shortening intervals between impeachments should be a cause of concern and circumspection for all the members on both sides. And I want to emphasize what it is that we're here today for. This is a question of an impeachment inquiry. It is not a vote on articles of impeachment. In fact, I do not believe that the current evidence would support articles of impeachment. That is something that an inquiry has to establish. But I also do believe that the House has passed the threshold for an impeachment inquiry into the conduct of President Biden. Having said that, I want to just address three inescapable facts that led me to that conclusion. First, President Biden has indeed spoken falsely about these foreign deals. The Washington Post and other newspapers have noted that some of his past comments are demonstrably untrue. Second, President Biden was the focus of a multi-million-dollar influence peddling scheme. And then finally, President Biden may have benefited from millions of dollars as a part of that scheme. Now, those facts should not be taken out of context. They're merely allegations, and they should not become presumptions of impeachable conduct. Indeed, as I've said in past impeachments, self-dealing is a difficult issue under the impeachment clause. The framers sought to avoid ambiguous standards. That's one of the reasons that perfidy was rejected. While it may not sit well with many, President Biden and other presidents can be dishonest, can even lie to the American people, and that would not constitute an impeachable offense. Indeed, most presidents have lied to the American people. That's why I've not liked any president since James Madison. Now, dishonesty alone is not impeachable, and so what I lay out in my testimony are what I call guardrails or best practices. Those are designed to protect this process. Frankly, a number of the things I lay out benefit President Biden, as I say in my testimony. Because presidential impeachment shouldn't be a closed question, it shouldn't be a rush to judgment, and you should avoid the type of confirmation bias that can occur in this process. This is, as people say, a political process, but it is also a constitutional process. Influence peddling is a form of corruption. The United States has signed treaties to combat this form of corruption around the world. And that is also an inescapable fact. We need to find answers as to some of these questions. I'm running out of time, so I'd like to make one last observation, if I may. These are constitutional moments that demand the best from each of us to transcend the politics and passions of our time. It calls for something that's difficult. It calls for solemnity and clarity for members. We have become a nation addicted to rage, and we can fuel that. This body is a powerful teacher, as Brandeis said, and you can teach that, or you can teach a respect for this process. It begins here and now. We can disagree with each other without hating each other. These are important issues, and I think they're close issues. And I think some of these issues really do gravitate in favor of the president. So I would simply say that this is a moment where members and citizens can stand together without prejudging the evidence. And I thank you for the honor of appearing before you today.
Thank you, Professor Tlaib. Ms. O'Connor.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, members of the committee, the chairman invited me to share my thoughts on the conduct of the tax investigation into Hunter Biden. I make my comments on my own behalf as a private citizen and not on behalf of any person with whom or group with which I might be or have been affiliated. When I learned that experienced IRS special agents had felt compelled to report to Congress about the obstruction of their criminal tax investigation, I felt compelled, too, to share my understanding of how things are supposed to work with people who have no reason to appreciate how disturbing the whistleblower's allegations are. Without context and a frame of reference, it's difficult to know sometimes how seriously to take things. In an October 2022 meeting of the Hunter Biden prosecution team, U.S. Attorney Weiss admitted it was not his decision whether to bring charges the investigation had proven should be brought. This directly contradicted Attorney General Garland's sworn testimony 6 months earlier. This was the final straw. After more than 3 years of having his investigation stymied, but nonetheless having proven substantial criminal charges, Supervisory Special Agent Shapley realized he had to come forward. In fact, he had come forward before, internally within the IRS, using the procedures developed for that purpose. He had complained up his chain of command as early as June 2020 about the obstruction he was encountering, but there had been no response. Once Shapley had taken steps to come forward to Congress, Special Agent Joseph Ziegler did the same. It was not the whistleblower's testimony, however, but what followed that compelled me to write. My first Wall Street Journal article was called "Throw Hunter Biden's Plea Deal in the Trash." Given the substance of the whistleblower's testimony, the plea deal Weiss had worked out with Biden was a miscarriage of justice. After that commentary was published, I heard from many people who were similarly appalled at the unfolding injustice. Many were knowledgeable and experienced tax professionals. Perhaps the most commonly commented on aspect of the handling of the Hunter Biden matter was that Weiss had permitted the statute of limitations to expire on prosecuting provable offenses. This was appalling. It is not insignificant that the plea agreement was announced on June 20. Let's review what came just before. On August 19, it became known that IRS employees were going to let Congress know about the obstruction they were encountering. Later, Shapley and Ziegler sat for hours of sworn and subscribed testimony with the House Ways and Means Committee staff. It was expected that the committee would make the testimony public. It did, on June 22. U.S. Attorney Weiss, with his June 20 announcement of a plea deal, beat the publication of the whistleblower's testimony by the skin of his teeth. 2 days. If the whistleblowers had not come forward, would Weiss have brought any charges at all? My second Wall Street Journal commentary was published on July 25. It was called "You'd Go to Prison for What Biden Did." Given what Shapley and Ziegler testified they had proven, and the charges the tax division reportedly had authorized, the plea deal represented serious injustice, not only to law enforcement, but also to people who have been caught up in this system and have suffered the consequences the law provides. I received a great deal of positive feedback on this commentary, too. People understand that for laws to be respected, they must be enforced. The nature of any investigation is the following of leads. That didn't happen here. This team was not permitted to search the guest house of Joe Biden's Delaware mansion and Hunter Biden's storage facility in Virginia, to interview family members and business associates, to examine Hunter Biden's abandoned laptop. By November 2019, the FBI had confirmed the devices were Hunter's and the contents were authentic. But the Hunter Biden investigation must not be viewed in isolation, rather as part of a broad landscape of corruption. Don't forget that a full year after that, in October 2020, FBI officials were telling Twitter that the laptop was Russian disinformation. The whistleblowers tell us that the tax investigation of Hunter Biden was an offshoot of an investigation already underway into an online pornography platform. That is how investigations develop. Agents follow wherever the leads take them. And when they take them in the direction of a new investigation, they open one. Question: if U.S. Attorney Weiss had been in charge of that pornography investigation, would he have blocked the investigation into Hunter Biden's tax crimes? I thank the committee.
Thank you, Ms. O'Connor. Mr. Dubinsky.
Good morning, Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Raskin, distinguished members of this committee, guests, and my fellow citizens. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today. First, at the outset, let me state unequivocally and in no uncertain terms that I agree to testify today not because I have a political agenda or axe to grind, because I do not. Rather, I agreed to testify in this proceeding in order to help this committee and the American people gain a better understanding of how frauds are committed, how complex business arrangements, sometimes using limited liability companies, sometimes those being shell companies, are used in frauds, and how money is moved by fraudsters to facilitate the conduct of illicit activity. Let me be clear, I am not prejudging the facts that have emerged to date with regard to the Biden family and associates businesses and the money they received that had its origins from foreign sources. I am not here today to even suggest that there was corruption, fraud, or any wrongdoing. In my opinion, more information needs to be gathered and assessed before I would make such an assessment. I'm here today to lend my expertise to answer questions that this committee may have while they advance this investigation and gather more facts about the business dealings surrounding the Biden family and associates businesses. Throughout my 40-year career as a certified public accountant, a forensic accountant, and a certified fraud examiner, I've worked tirelessly to uncover the truth when it comes to cases involving allegations of fraud, corruption, and wrongdoing. I have investigated some of the world's largest frauds, including have investigated and testified in the criminal case for the United States Department of Justice on the Bernie Madoff Ponzi, the world's largest Ponzi. I've worked on cases like the Enron case, the International Brotherhood of Teamsters election corruption cases, as well as some of the United States' largest cases of tax fraud, to name a few. As the age-old proverb goes, where there's smoke, there's fire. As a fraud investigator, when I see smoke, I immediately look for the fire. The critical question facing the American people today is whether behind the smokescreen clouding the Biden family and associates businesses, was there or is there a fire? And if there was or is a fire, how big is that fire? Why were members of the Biden family and close business associates receiving millions of dollars of payments from foreign entities and individuals? What services, if any, were being provided? What was the substance of the alleged services being provided? Was the money being paid for a fair amount commensurate with those services? Were political favors being traded and disguised as services? These are the questions that as a forensic accountant, I routinely am asked to answer when I'm hired to investigate allegations of corruption and fraud. There's a great deal of evidence that has been collected to date by this committee and others trying to answer these very questions. However, much more information is still needed in order to be able to answer these questions and make a final determination as to whether or not the Biden family and its associates businesses were involved in any improper or illicit activities, and importantly, whether those activities, if any, were connected to President Joe Biden or then Vice President Biden. In my experience, fraudsters purposely create a labyrinth of limited liability companies to create an opaque network of entities that are then used to hide improper conduct. In many instances, these complex business arrangements are typically centered around illicit activities and involve moving money around the globe in a manner designed to avoid the detection of the underlying illegal activity, as well as the movement of the money tied to that illegal activity. Gone are the days, for the most part, when suitcases full of currency or gold bars are exchanged as payment in the conduct of illegal activities. Today, more sophisticated methods are employed to obfuscate the true nature of such illegal activities and to hide the movement of money. The importance of following the trail of money is a critical component of any fraud investigation. The term shell company has its origins in the world of business and finance. The term shell, as you would note, implies that the company is like an empty shell, lacking substance or real activity. Shell companies typically have no employees, no offices, no real operating businesses. They use P.O. boxes for mailing addresses. While I will note shell companies can be used for legitimate business activities, more often than not, they're associated with fraudulent activities like tax evasion, money laundering, hiding of assets, and other illicit practices. It takes a heavy lift to pull the covers back on these shell companies to determine who the true beneficial owners are, where the money went, and to expose the true sham nature of their existence. However, through the use of legal subpoenas and proper investigative methods and a great deal of persistence, fraud investigations can and do expose the identity of the wizards behind these curtains and the extent of their illicit activities. In closing, let me underscore the importance of conducting a thorough, independent, and unbiased investigation of the matter before us today before you reach any conclusions. The American people deserve to know the truth. The rigor and discipline of a well-planned and executed investigation should not be subverted by political motivations or aspirations. To do so would critically undermine the integrity of any such investigation and any conclusions reached. Thank you again for this opportunity to be here today, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you very much. Professor Gerhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the ranking member as well and distinguished members of this committee. I appreciate the honor and the privilege to be able to appear before you today to talk about the basis for an impeachment inquiry of President Biden. I think a good place to begin is with the Federalist Papers. And in the Federalist Papers, Alexander Hamilton warned of the dangers of trivializing impeachment through petty partisanship. He foresaw that impeachment may, and now I quote, agitate the passions of the whole community and to divide it into parties more or less friendly or inimical to the accused. In many cases, it will connect itself with pre-existing factions and will enlist all their animosities, partialities, influence, and interest on one side or on the other. And in such cases, there will always be the greatest danger that the decision will be regulated more by the relative strength of the parties than by demonstrations of innocence or guilt. I think Alexander Hamilton knew what he was talking about, and I think what he said may well describe the current set of proceedings. One thing I might add to all of that is that the framers designed an impeachment process to follow or comply with several safeguards. And it's important that we keep these safeguards in mind as these proceedings go on. The first is the necessity for credible evidence of the commission of treason, bribery, and other high crimes and misdemeanors. There is not, at least not that I've yet heard, such credible evidence. Let me give you an example of what I fear is similar to the current proceedings. Hunter Biden is arrested for speeding in a car owned by his father, and the police go after the father. I don't think that's how the law should work. I don't think that's how impeachment should work. I respect members of this committee enormously. Believe me, I'm just a law professor and citizen, and I come here with great awe when I speak to an important body like this. But I listened to Congressman Jordan, whom I respect a great deal, when he said there are 4 facts. Hunter Biden was on the board of Burisma. Hunter Biden was not qualified. So far, by the way, nothing about President Biden. Third, there were executives who asked Hunter Biden for help. Again, not yet any proof about any kind of complicity of President Biden. And lastly, Joe Biden gave a speech. If that's what exists as a basis for this inquiry, it is not sufficient. I say that with all respect, and I think that that is part of the problem I think, and many Americans think, may exist with respect to these proceedings. A second safeguard is the Fifth Amendment Due Process Clause. It requires fundamental fairness. And I think in these proceedings, something has happened to President Biden that was said to have happened to President Trump in 2019. And that is, the burden has flipped to President Biden to prove his innocence. Any further investigation is being done to ensure that Mr. Biden has to prove his innocence rather than the committee being able to connect the dots in a convincing and persuasive way. It's not me you have to persuade. It's the American people whose trust you deserve and whose trust you have to maintain. A third principle is judicial review. And here I would just remind the committee about the Supreme Court's decision in Trump versus Mazars. The court said about this committee that, in fact, it has to conduct an investigation for a legitimate purpose. A fishing expedition is not a legitimate purpose. Moreover, the court in Trump versus Mazars said that it is not a legitimate purpose for the House or House committee to be conducting the function of law enforcement. And I heard many references here to criminal misbehavior, to whether or not somebody should be thrown in jail, criticisms of a prosecutor, Mr. Weiss. That sounds to me like an attempt to really substitute for the proper legitimate proceedings of the House. Two other safeguards real quickly. One is that these proceedings should be based on principle, not partisanship. And I fear that what we're hearing today, which can be traced all the way back to 2019, and accusations made against Mr. Biden as far back as then, are really driven by partisan animus more than they are by principle. And a final safeguard is for the House, the full House, to authorize an impeachment inquiry. That does not come from me. That comes from Speaker McCarthy. He said there should be the full House's approval. It also comes from Mr. Trump's Justice Department, who said there must be a committee must be authorized by the full House. That has not happened here. My concern is with the Constitution. That's what my devotion is to. And I hope all of us understand that there's nothing more serious than honoring our Constitution and following the design the framers gave us. Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. I do want to state the fact in 2019, the D.C. District Court judge ruled a vote of the full House was not required to commence an impeachment inquiry. Now we're going to begin the question and answer phase. We have 47 members here today that are going to ask questions, so we're going to abide by the 5 minutes. I will begin, followed by Ranking Member Raskins. This week, the Oversight Committee issued another bank subpoena targeting specific wires originating from Beijing. Most of our bank subpoenas have been for Biden family associates' accounts, resulting in thousands of pages of bank records. We've identified these bank accounts based on suspicious activity reports filed with the Treasury Department after being flagged by the banks. The bank records obtained this week showed that on August 2nd, 2019, Jonathan Lee and Miss Tang Ling in Beijing sent Hunter Biden $250,000, listing Joe Biden's home address in Wilmington, Delaware. The wire stated it was for a personal investment. A second wire showed that on July 26, 2019, Miss Wang Xin sent $10,000, listing Joe Biden's home address in Wilmington, Delaware. The $10,000 wire said it was a loan to beneficiary. Now let's talk about the $250,000 personal investment. Sure looks like Jonathan Lee was making a substantial investment in the Bidens months after Joe Biden announced his run for the presidency in April 2019. Now, who is Jonathan Lee? During Devin Archer's interview with the Oversight Committee, he explained how Vice President Biden developed a relationship with Jonathan Lee. Vice President Biden had coffee with Jonathan Lee in Beijing. He talked with him on the phone and even wrote a college recommendation letter for Mr. Lee's children. Hunter Biden even met with Jonathan Lee after flying on Air Force Two to Beijing with Joe Biden. The Beijing Bidens cultivated a relationship with Jonathan Lee and other Chinese nationals for one reason and one reason only: to access their wealth. As we all know, the Bidens had nothing to sell except the brand, which was Joe Biden. Hunter Biden sold the brand well, making the Biden family millions from China and elsewhere. While Joe Biden was vice president, Hunter Biden became an investor in a Chinese investment fund with Jonathan Lee and owned a percentage of BHR Partners through one of his many LLCs. This was a political problem for his dad, the big guy, who was running for president. In October 2019, 2 months after the Beijing wires, Hunter Biden's lawyer claimed he served only as a member of the board of directors in an unpaid position. This was Hunter Biden's lawyer. He was in an unpaid position. Abby Lowell now claims the money is a documented loan from a private individual. Now, these wire statements are very concerning, and the Biden's defenders' justification for the money isn't consistent with what we know from the suspicious activity reports from Treasury. Mr. Dubinsky, I'm very skeptical of Abby Lowell's statement that the $250,000 payment from Jonathan Lee and another woman was a loan, because the wire states it was a personal investment. We've also reviewed documents at Treasury that don't support Mr. Lowell's theory. In your experience, are international loans of this amount supported by documentation such as loan terms, interest rates, and repayment schedule?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. They typically would be. You would see that. You would see documents setting forth the interest rates, terms of repayments,
Absolutely.
all of those.
Absolutely. So would it be important to review Hunter Biden's bank records and see if Hunter Biden paid back the money to Jonathan Lee, or if he sent the money to someone else, I don't know, using a cashier's check, for example?
Well, as somebody mentioned earlier, it's very important to follow the money.
Absolutely.
And that's very important in this situation.
Thank you. Professor Turley, we all know what this payment's really for. It's for influence peddling and selling the Biden brand. Now, to date, we have shown that the Biden family and their companies received more than $15 million without providing any known legitimate services between 2014 and 2019. If you include the business associates and their companies, they've received over $24 million. Based on evidence we've developed so far, what are some of the potential laws we should be analyzing during our impeachment inquiry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually lay out what are the most obvious potential articles of impeachment without saying that those have been established, but the ones that I recommend for the committee to focus on. And one of the things I recommend is that the committee actually start by looking at potential crimes, because I've said that in the past two impeachments, that it's an important thing to front load criminal acts for the reasons I laid out. It gives a very high standard for impeachment, quite frankly, higher than it's binding. I said in the last two impeachments, you can't impeach for non-criminal conduct. So I suggest starting there. But as I talk about in my testimony, bribery, obstruction, conspiracy, abuse of power, those have all been raised in past impeachments. Abuse of power is the article that is very, very common. It tends to be a catch-all, and it is the one that I've always been a little bit uncomfortable with, which is why I suggest you end there rather than start there, because that's the article that brings in a lot of non-criminal conduct. And frankly, I think that you need to focus as much as you can on the evidence and whether you can establish these connections.
Very good. Thank you. Chair now recognizes Mr. Raskins of Maryland for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Professor Gerhardt, has there ever been an impeachment process launched in the middle of a government shutdown?
No.
Well, why did the Office of Legal Counsel opine that there must be a vote of the full House before a committee launches into an impeachment investigation? Why did Speaker McCarthy insist on it and in fact say that there would be one in this case?
I think the Office of Legal Counsel said that, at least in part, because an impeachment inquiry is deadly serious. It is, again, just about the most serious thing any House committee ever undertakes. And one safeguard against a committee acting on the basis of just, let's say, the party membership is to ensure that the full House is behind the impeachment inquiry.
A dozen of our colleagues on the Republican side have already called for impeachment. I'm struck by the fact that of the 4 expert witnesses brought together today, not a single one of them argued that a sufficient quantum of evidence exists today to justify the impeachment of President Biden. Is there any precedent in our country for launching an impeachment inquiry absent evidence of wrongdoing by the president?
No. And in fact, I would just point out that with Richard Nixon and Bill Clinton and President Trump in 2019, the full House authorized those impeachment inquiries.
Lev Parnas sent us a letter in which he said, it was addressed to Chairman Comer, in which he said, the narrative you are seeking for this investigation has been proven false many times over by a wide array of respected sources. There is simply no merit to investigating this matter any further. And he says, please abandon this effort to investigate the Bidens, which is nothing more than a wild goose chase. And he was Rudy Giuliani's right-hand man, gallivanting all over the world to try to put together a case back in 2019 that Joe Biden had done something wrong. Do you agree that given that the evidence we've looked at over the 8 months comes down to this discredited Burisma conspiracy theory, we should hear from those responsible for concocting the story in the first case, in the first place, specifically Lev Parnas and Rudy Giuliani?
Absolutely.
What did you think about the fact that the very first act of the committee in its impeachment investigation was to reject the idea of subpoenaing Lev Parnas and Rudy Giuliani, who are at the heart of the story that's the basis for impeachment?
I think if there's going to be an investigation into the president, all the evidence, that is to say, all the participants, anyone that has knowledge, should be spoken to.
We have lots of colleagues on this committee and off the committee who've called for the impeachment of Joe Biden, who also voted against impeaching Donald Trump for inciting a violent insurrection against the Union. And hundreds of people have gone to jail in subsidiary acts under the umbrella of that insurrectionary process. Now, can you come up with a theory that it would allow someone to say, I am going to vote to impeach Joe Biden for offenses unstated and evidence unknown, but I will oppose and vote against the impeachment of Donald Trump for inciting a violent insurrection against the Union, which is something that concurrent bipartisan majorities voted for in the House and the Senate?
I cannot, and I might just add as a law professor that one of the things I suggest to my students in trying to assess the constitutionality of any governmental action is to take the names out. Switch the names or switch the political parties and see if the outcome is the same.
So if Joe Biden had incited a violent insurrection against the Union and said, you go and fight like hell, and if you don't, you won't have a country anymore, would you consider that in the ensuing mayhem and chaos to be an impeachable event?
Absolutely.
Or not? To your mind, in applying the law to the facts, have you seen any evidence that Joe Biden has done anything remotely comparable to what Donald Trump did, which earned him his impeachment in the bipartisan vote of the House?
I have not. And I also just might add, with all due respect, I heard the phrase Biden family many, many times. But I don't know who the Biden family is. I don't know who's being referenced when people talk about the Biden family.
Thank you, Professor Gerhardt. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move for unanimous consent to introduce Lev Parnas's July 18th, 2023 letter to you and to me and to the rest of the committee into the official record of this proceeding.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognizes the chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee, Jason Smith from Missouri, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's amazing to be sitting in your committee. It's a pleasure to be here. Yesterday, we had a committee to release over 700 pages of documents that came from the 2 IRS whistleblowers based on the last oversight hearing when they presented before this committee, where members, both Republican and Democrat, asked for additional information, and they provided it, and we brought it forward. What was interesting is the other side of the aisle actually mentioned Trump a whole lot more than they ever mentioned Biden. And it's happening over here, too. So I think it's kind of consistent both in the Ways and Means Committee and in the Oversight Committee. But Ms. Connor, my question is yesterday, the Ways and Means Committee voted to release additional information provided, like I said, by Gary Shapley and Mr. Ziegler. One of the documents shows that Assistant U.S. Attorney Leslie Wolf ordered investigators not to pursue leads into possible campaign finance violations. We know that over $2 million of Hunter Biden's tax liabilities were paid off by a big Democrat Party donor and Hollywood lawyer who's named Kevin Morris. James Biden, the president's brother, told investigators he did not know how Hunter Biden even knew this individual, but was later asked to thank him for the payment, quote, on behalf of the family. The Biden family. The family. So how would such payments that essentially pushed under the rug the president's son's tax problems, at least for 1 year, be considered a campaign finance violation on part of the Biden campaign?
Thank you for the question. I have no idea. I thought you were going to ask me why would Leslie Wolf say don't look into that. And I think the answer to that probably is that if it's a campaign contribution, then it implicates political person number one. And that apparently is a big barrier that had been created throughout this entire investigation. And as far as it being a campaign contribution, that $2 million actually was intended to satisfy the liabilities for 2 years of Hunter Biden's late filed and unpaid taxes.
Is it unusual for an assistant prosecutor to say don't don't look at this individual, this person's off limits?
As I mentioned in my opening statement, that is how investigations develop. The agents follow the leads wherever they take them. And in this case, a legitimate investigation was being done of money that was being paid, and for the assistant U.S. attorney who is orchestrating the investigation to say, don't look at that anymore, I think the reason is related to another instruction of hers that she didn't want to get public integrity involved. And that tells us that she was looking beyond Hunter Biden and into a person whose activities would be subject to public integrity at DOJ.
One thing that I want to ask, since you worked tax division for DOJ, if Kevin Morris gave a gift of $2 million to help pay off Hunter Biden's debts, who has to report that on their taxes? Does Mr. Morris have to report it, or does Hunter Biden?
Well, as I understand it, the parties are claiming that it's a loan and that Hunter Biden will pay it back between 2025 and 2027.
Would that have to be reported on any tax records?
If it's a loan, no, but I haven't seen any of the documentation of that loan. And that is one, I'm sure Mr. Dubinsky can tell you, that calling something a loan is one way to claim that it's not taxable income.
So one quick question. We uncovered yesterday that the Biden family and associates received over $20 million from 23 different countries that they had business ties to or communications with. And they also had over 20 shell LLCs where they would transfer money in and out. If you were still sitting in your office in DOJ's tax division, would this web of entities and activities concern you?
I would make sure that my prosecutors were concerned about it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair now recognizes Ms. Norton from the District of Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Professor Gerhardt, pleased to have you with us today. In your testimony, you referenced Alexander Hamilton's warning about the dangers of trivializing impeachment through petty partisanship. Let me ask you, Mr. Gerhardt, do you think that initiating an impeachment inquiry against President Biden without any evidence of wrongdoing by the president meets any basic standard of proof?
Not credible proof at all, in my opinion. And in fact, I think one thing to keep in mind about a hearing like this or any kind of anything that calls itself an impeachment inquiry is the critical importance of building public trust. And that gets built in part on the basis of credible evidence.
Well, Professor Gerhardt, what is the risk to our Constitution and even for the rule of law if impeachments are initiated without any evidence of wrongdoing by a president?
They trivialize impeachment, they trivialize the Constitution, and they ride roughshod over the rule of law. Nothing good comes from abusing of power, whether it's done by a president or by Congress.
Professor Gerhardt, do you believe that initiating an impeachment inquiry without any evidence of wrongdoing by a president is consistent with the view that impeachment is a grave and solemn duty?
Impeachment is a grave and solemn duty, all the more reason why all evidence, for example, relating to Burisma, ought to be heard and considered. That would actually add credibility to what the committee is doing.
I would be remiss if I did not add that it is incredible that we are holding this sham hearing 2 days before the government will shut down. Instead of this hearing, we could be discussing how to fund the government, or we could discuss my bill to exempt from federal government shutdowns the federal and independent agencies that are exclusively or primarily federally funded but have jurisdiction over local D.C. civil and criminal justice matters. Or we could be discussing how we are going to provide back pay to federal contract workers if Republicans unfortunately do push us into a shutdown. Instead, we are holding this sham hearing. I yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Raskin.
Thank you kindly, Ms. Norton, for that. Mr. Comer referred to a 2019 wire to Hunter Biden while President Biden was not in office. He was a private citizen, so of course was Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden has never held public office. Mr. Smith referenced a DOJ email from 2020 during the Trump administration. So, Professor Gerhardt, I mean, what do you make of the idea of impeaching a president while he's in office for something that his son did or may have received when the president wasn't in office?
It's not consistent with the American legal system. Just imagine if the names are switched. Just imagine if this is Jared Kushner, or one of President Trump's sons.
Mr. Smith talked about $20 million that he thought Hunter Biden had received and put in the names of different family members. I think the Washington Post has debunked that as recently as this weekend, saying it was like 8 or 9 million. But let's say it were 20 million. That's 1% of the $2 billion that was brought back by Jared Kushner from Saudi Arabia to a company that Jared Kushner created the day after the Trump administration ended. But assuming there were no other evidence, would it be fair to attribute that $2 billion that Jared Kushner pocketed with the $25 million management fee every year that Jared Kushner pocketed? Would it be fair to attribute all of that to Donald Trump because it's his son-in-law?
No, not without any evidence actually showing the president knew it.
Yeah, so
or approved it.
Because the principle of American law is that people are responsible for their own conduct and not the conduct of their adult children. Is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you, and to the gentlelady for yielding, and I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jordan from Ohio.
Thank you. Professor Gerhardt, it wasn't just a speech. He leveraged $1 billion of American tax money, and he did so at a time when our government was supportive of the prosecutor. Here's what our government said. The Assistant Secretary of State, we have been impressed with the ambitious reform and anti-corruption agenda of your government, written to the Prosecutor General, who Joe Biden leverages our money to get fired. The United States fully supports your efforts to fight corruption, she further wrote. The Interagency Policy Committee said this on October 1st, 2015. The IPC recommends moving forward with a third loan guarantee to Ukraine in the near term. And even after Joe Biden gives the speech on December 9th, the European Commission said, their report said the anti-corruption benchmark is deemed to have been achieved for Ukraine. But the most telling evidence is what his business partner said. Devin Archer, when we deposed him under oath just 2 months ago, said this. Here's the question. The request was help from the United States government to deal with the pressure they were under from their prosecutor. You know what Mr. Archer's response was? That's correct. Next question. What did Hunter Biden do after he was given that request? He called his dad. That's what we're investigating. That's one of the 3 things Professor Turley talked about, the influence peddling scheme. I want to go to those 3 things, Professor Turley. False statements, influence peddling scheme, and Joe Biden might have benefited. Let's do the third one first. Is a benefit to your family, can a benefit to your family be a benefit to you?
It is. There's been repeated statements that you need to show that President Biden accepted direct money in order for this to constitute a benefit, even under criminal cases that deal with bribery, extortion, the Hobbs Act. The courts actually have rejected that. They've said that money going to family members is in fact a benefit, and I don't really see any legal basis for that. Obviously, the strongest case is if you have a direct payment. But this idea that you can have millions going to a politician's family and that's not a benefit, I think is pretty fallacious.
Yeah, how about the false claims thing? In your written testimony, you said to the extent that the president has used the White House, I think this is a little broader. To the extent the president used the White House staff to maintain false claims or resist disclosures, it can fit into the type of Nixonian abuse of power model. We know all kinds of false statements have been made by the White House. Joe Biden's made it. He said it was a lousy question when they asked him, have you ever been involved, talked to any one of your son's business partners? We know that was false. Ron Klain said The president's confident his son didn't break the law. Press Secretary Jen Psaki said never spoke to his son about his overseas business dealings. What do you think about all those false statements from the White House in this abuse of power issue?
Well, the involvement of White House staff and executive branch staff has been really one of the tripwires that we saw in Nixon, and to some extent even in Clinton. The degree to which you enlist support for a false narrative or to obstruct Congress can go into things like abuse of power. One of the things that I suggested is that if you look at past impeachment inquiries, and once again, this is an inquiry to find evidence, you're not voting on articles of impeachment, those allegations tend to develop last, and you look at what you have found.
Yeah. How about the Attorney General? I'm concerned about statements he made. March 1st, 2023, in front of the Senate, he was asked a question about Mr. Weiss's investigation. He said this in response to Senator Grassley. Mr. Weiss has full authority to bring cases in other jurisdictions if he feels it's necessary. Last week, the Attorney General told us that Weiss had the authority because I promised him he would have the authority if he asked it. That seems to me to be something different. It's what he said to the Senate, he's got full authority, no problem. Last week he told the House Judiciary Committee he had authority because I promised if he come talk to me, I would give him the authority that I already told the Senate he had. Do you see a concern there with false statements coming from the Biden Justice Department?
Well, there is a concern. You don't have to prejudge the evidence to say that obviously this is part of the inquiry. And what I don't understand is the opposition to the inquiry itself. It seems to me the test is, would the alleged conduct, if proven, establish impeachable offenses? And is there a credible basis for those allegations? I think the answer is clearly yes, that there is a basis to look at the president's conduct without prejudging whether that it qualifies at the beginning of that inquiry as an article of impeachment.
And let's be clear, you don't need a full vote of the House to proceed in an impeachment inquiry phase of our constitutional duty to do oversight. In fact, the Democrats did it. 4 years ago, I was in an impeachment deposition run by Adam Schiff in the bunker in the basement of the Capitol, and I went to the floor. So I'm in an impeachment deposition, and I went to the floor to vote on opening an impeachment inquiry. They did the same darn thing because you have that authority as a Congress when the Speaker of the House makes that designation.
The Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, did in fact initiate the impeachment. In some cases, then you have a later vote. I've said in my testimony, I consider that the best practice to have a vote of the House. But the court that was referenced earlier looked at this and said that the Constitution does not require resolution. Actually said if you look at all the impeachments, often there wasn't a resolution. That doesn't mean it's not a good practice, but the Constitution itself does not require such a resolution.
Thank you. Gentlemen, time's expired. Chair now recognize Mr. Lynch from Massachusetts for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I do want to agree with the chairman that the witnesses we have here today do bring an awful lot of experience and expertise to the issue. But what they don't bring is facts, right? They don't bring evidence. None of you are able to really elucidate or illustrate actions by the president with respect to this inquiry. Ms. O'Connor, I do want to ask one clarification. You mentioned in your oral testimony that you had written a commentary entitled, "You'd Go to Prison for What Biden Did." That was, you'd go to prison for what Hunter Biden did. Isn't that?
That's exactly right. I was cutting down words to stay within my 5 minutes.
You realize, yeah. That's an important word, though, that you left out, though,
It
right?
is. I regretted it immediately.
So the article, just for the record, and I like to enter into the record unanimous consent.
Without objection, so ordered.
The article, Ms. O'Connor, is you'd go to prison for what Hunter Biden did. I think that's an important word. Yeah. Okay.
It is.
Thank
yes.
you.
I did not delete it intentionally. Only in
reclaiming my
service
time.
of time.
Reclaiming my time. So, when I walked into this hearing room, my first question was, "Where's Rudy? Where's Rudy? Where's Rudy Giuliani?" You know, this is supposed to be an inquiry on the facts against the president for potentially an impeachment, articles of impeachment, and the one person who was an agent of President Trump was sent to Ukraine to dig up some dirt, find some dirt on Joe Biden. just like he said to the election officials in Georgia, find me 11,780 votes. Find me some dirt on Joe Biden. And we don't have him here. We're not allowed to ask him questions. Professor Gerhardt, would it not be helpful to have a factual witness here who was, and let me just read from, this is an excerpt of the call between Mr. Trump and President Zelensky. He says, Rudy very much knows what's happening, and he is a very capable guy. If you could speak to him, that would be great. The other thing, there's a lot of talk about Biden's son, that Biden stopped the prosecution, and a lot of people want to find out about that. So whatever you can do with the Attorney General and Rudy would be great. And that, so he's actually placing Rudy Giuliani in Ukraine with the imprimatur of authority for the president. Wouldn't that be a useful witness to?
It seems obvious that he should be brought before the committee.
Yeah, you would think so. What we have here is a lot of allegations. I've heard about, emails from Hunter Biden from China. Hunter Biden cashed in, the IRS interview with James Biden. And I hear a lot about the Biden family. But look, this was an impeachment inquiry about President Biden. And I would try to discern what the allegations are for the president, because they're non-existent at this point. Is there a reason? The other question is, why hasn't Rudy Giuliani, if he's such a key witness and was on the ground on this and had direct authority from the president, why isn't he here? And I think, and Professor Gerhardt, maybe you could elucidate on this, Rudy Giuliani also lost 60 cases. He brought 60 cases across the United States with respect to the big lie, and he was a midwife for the big lie. He brought 60 cases and lost them all for lack of evidence. So that, I believe, hurts his credibility, does it not?
It does. His credibility has been hurt in a number of different ways, yeah.
Right. He also made allegations against Dominion voting machines. And now he's being sued by them because he falsely declared that those machines were unfairly helping President Biden. Isn't that right?
That's right.
Wouldn't that also lead to a drop in credibility on behalf of Mr. Giuliani's testimony?
I mean, I agree with you, and I would just add that because Mr. Giuliani's a lawyer, he has to abide by and comply with the rules of professional conduct, and he's in trouble because he hasn't.
All right.
Gentleman's
My time's expired. I yield back.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair, I recognize as the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, Mr. Turner from Ohio.
Professor Turley, thank you so much for the materials that you provided to this committee. Your legal analysis is first off, incredible in its historic foundations, but also its legal descriptions of the aspects of how do you conduct an impeachment investigation, what are the standards for an impeachment investigation, and taking, as you relate in that memo, some of the public facts that you're aware of and comparing them to congressional authority and oversight responsibilities. I think it really does help the overall discussion, and I think it gives validity to the need for this committee to move forward on an investigation as you look to historically what's happened before. Now, you made some comments in your opening statement about your description that I think are important to focus on in trying to guide our investigation. You said that it's not criminal for a president or vice president to lie. You also said that it's not criminal that Hunter Biden received someone paying the child of a vice president for doing nothing isn't necessarily criminal. Those are my words, not yours. But you did take that next leap that using your office, taking official actions to benefit individuals or third parties to induce them to financially benefit your family would be a crime. Would it not, Professor?
It is. That's if you take a look at some of the treaties and sources that I cited, the United States has for years combated influence peddling as a prototypical form of public corruption. And much influence peddling follows that pattern. Many people now accept that what Hunter Biden did was rather raw and open influence peddling. So the only question is, was the president involved in that? And I'm not prejudging that. But there's an argument that now that you hear, that they were just selling the illusion of access. The fact is, you have to ask yourself one question. How do you know? Even if you accept that selling the illusion of access is not misconduct, how do you know it was an illusion?
Well, and that's where I'm going to go next, because there's also another concerning aspect of President Joe Biden's actions as vice president, for which there is currently an active criminal investigation, and that is his misuse of classified documents. There has been appointed by the Department of Justice, by the Attorney General, a special prosecutor for the purposes of investigating the federal crimes that could have arisen as a result from this president's misuse of classified documents. The fact that he had them at the Penn Biden Center for Diplomacy and Global Engagement and the Wilmington, Delaware private residence of President Joe Biden, as well as other matters that might arise from it, places where there were other people. One of those other people happens to be Hunter Biden. Now, this committee, in its scope of this investigation, indicates that these classified materials are also relevant because, for example, the Oversight Committee has requested information regarding the classified materials discovered in the president's home where his son has resided during the time period relevant to the investigation and personal office. The White House has not provided this information. Obviously, his son was receiving payments from Romania, Russia, Ukraine, China. If there are in those documents that relate to, for example, the prosecutor in Ukraine or Burisma itself or other aspects of Ukraine or any of the parties or individuals, obviously, that were making payments to Hunter Biden, that would be relevant, wouldn't it?
It would be relevant. One of the things I address in my testimony is I say that the most concerning line for me in this inquiry is pre-office conduct. And what I say is that there should be a type of rebuttable presumption against bringing in pre-office conduct, but there is precedent for it when it forms.
Well, and this, he was in office at the time because he wouldn't have had access to classified documents. These are not things that he did as a private citizen. He had these documents given to him. And I want to ask you, in his scope as both senator and as vice president, there's been a lot of talk that perhaps the president inadvertently ended up with these documents. Now, first off, there's an unbelievable number of documents. He's clearly a classified document hoarder, and he clearly was mishandling them. Can't you infer intent by knowledge of the law? Here, the President Biden knows how to handle classified documents and what mishandling is. Wouldn't that be attributed to his intent?
Well, that can all go to a question of establishing intent. And in all these cases, you obviously don't have a confession. I'm not too sure if the documents matter will become relevant to an impeachment inquiry. I've said earlier that the issue that concerned me about the documents is that they ended up being distributed to different sources. It appears that they went to different locations, and there are accounts of being in the president's home. And the question is, were they divided and why? But it's not clear to me whether that would amount to an impeachable offense or not.
Right, you have to make that nexus, which I have to go to the next step. I've seen some of these documents as the chairman of the Intelligence Committee. I can tell you they are of the highest level of concern and threat to national security. I think we do have to get to the bottom of why was he taking these and what was he doing with them. I'll yield back.
Chair, now recognize Mr. Chairman. I have a unanimous consent motion. Mr. Chairman, unanimous consent motion. I ask unanimous consent to introduce page 131 of the transcript of Devin Archer's testimony, where the question is asked, but he did not provide the Burisma executives with actual access to his father. The access to his father was an illusion of access.
Gentlemen's out of order. You'll have time in your 5 minutes. Chair, now recognize Mr. Conley from Virginia for 5 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is it admitted?
I object.
I object too.
The clock's ticking, Mr. Conley.
What's the objection based on?
Mr. Goldman's taking your time, Mr. Conley. You have it's your turn to speak.
Yeah, you're taking time away from me unfairly. Distract, deflect, dissemble. Hold on to those two words, distract and deflect, because I think this hearing's all about look over here, not over there. So, Professor Gerhardt, I've heard concern about branding. So, shouldn't we be concerned about all those Biden towers all over the world where foreign partnerships were formed and influence was used here in the United States? I've seen these towers in Indonesia, in the Philippines, in Turkey. I even saw one in Chicago. Shouldn't that be a source of concern of this committee in terms of influence, both foreign and domestic, when President Biden became president?
If there were such things as Biden buildings,
well, was there anyone who did have them?
I think we all know who had.
Well, could you tell us? Because
Well,
just give me the name, Professor
I think
Gerhardt.
we're talking about Mr. Trump.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, when President Biden appointed his son to manage U.S. foreign policy, both in the Persian Gulf and the Middle East peace, by the way, his son who couldn't qualify for getting a security clearance, but President Biden apparently granted it to Hunter anyhow, and then after leaving the White House, getting a $2 billion deal, because we're told by Mr. Dubinsky, follow the money, especially foreign money. Shouldn't that be of concern to us that maybe a sweetheart deal occurred with the blessing of the president with foreign money? And should we look into Hunter Biden for that, given the fact that he had handled Middle East peace in the White House?
It should have been a concern with President Trump and his son-in-law.
Oh, Trump, I got that wrong again. I'm sorry. Well, let's see. I'm looking at. I heard again. I think it was Professor Turley talking about because he's not prejudging, of course, but he's just suggesting that maybe we want to look into criminal activity like obstruction, fraud, and abuse of power. So let's take fraud. So shouldn't we be concerned that a New York judge just found President Biden's organization committed fraud every year for the last 10 or 15 years, and that under the Martin Law in New York, that Biden organization is now subject to dismemberment and dismantlement because of the fraudulent activity? Shouldn't that be of concern to us?
That should be of concern with respect to Mr. Trump.
Mr. Trump again. And in this case, we're not speculating. A judge actually made that ruling?
Yes, sir.
Should we be concerned about the personal? I mean, while we're at it, since we're loading on, shouldn't we be concerned about the personal behavior of a president? For example, President Trump or President Biden being found guilty of sexual assault and defamation associated with that activity, again in a civil court, in this case in New York?
We should be concerned as it relates to Mr. Trump, yes.
With Mr. Trump again. I just think that one of the reasons we're here is because somebody has been indicted in 4 different locales on 4 different sets of concerns with, I think, 81, 91 actual counts, and has been found guilty in 2 civil proceedings, one involving sexual behavior and one on actual corporate fraudulent activity. And we don't want to talk about any of that. We want to speculate about discredited testimony from discredited witnesses like Rudy Giuliani, whom we're afraid to subpoena. That's what this is all about. This isn't about our need to defend Joe Biden. This is about their need to make sure we get off topic, that we no longer talk about the pending criminal trials of the former president of the United States. And if anything's worthy of examination, that is, not this. I yield back.
Chair, now recognize Mr. Donalds from Florida for 5 minutes. Point of order. Down here. Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Mr. Donalds for 5 minutes. You'll have 5 minutes.
You'll have my 5 minutes. A point of order.
No, you're out of order. You're out of order, Mr. Goldman.
I have a
when
point of order.
When your time is,
I
will
asked
be
to
recognized.
introduce
Chair
something by
recognizes
unanimous
Mr. Donalds for 5 minutes.
Is it being introduced?
Chair recognizes Mr. Donalds for 5 minutes. Byron, it's your
Chairman,
time.
the rules require you to recognize.
Mr. Chairman. No.
Yes, for a point of order, they absolutely do.
Chair recognizes
and you have to rule
Mr.
on
Donald.
the motion.
And is
You've
Mr.
already
Donald's
made
time
2
ticking
points
too?
of order.
No,
Chair
Mr. Donald's
recognizes
time
Mr.
is not going
Donald.
to tick. Actually, Mr. Chairman, I request this clock be set back to 5 minutes.
Set
so we
the
can.
clock back to 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, can I just make a parliamentary inquiry then? Are we not to make points of order on either side during?
You keep speaking about no evidence. Why don't you all just listen and
I'm
learn?
trying to introduce evidence.
You've already had your share of evidence.
Are you
now,
admitting
Mr. Donald's 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Dubinsky, I want to come to you quickly. A lot of talk about evidence. On the screens in the room, we have an organizational chart from the IRS investigative team that was looking into the business practices of Hunter Biden and his associates. This org chart is from 2014. Now, Mr. Dubinsky, in my former life, I was in community banking, and I'm comfortable with looking at organizational charts. When I first saw this chart, the first thing I thought about was a real estate holding company or a developer, and this is not to demean developers in the great east state of America, but developers typically have multiple companies that float with various business interests and business lines. But the funny thing is that in the business dealings of Hunter Biden, there is no real estate. None at all. So, Mr. Dubinsky, in your professional experience, looking at this organizational chart of business structure, what do you see here?
I see a very complicated structure of entities that are interrelated and would give me concern. If I were an investigator, I would want to know what's going on in these entities, who's behind them, how's the money moving between them, and what is the substance of the transactions? What's really going on here?
Mr. Dubinsky, do you think it's in the interest of this committee that is now in an inquiry phase to actually find out all of the flow of money between these entities and what the purpose was?
Absolutely.
Next slide, please. For my colleagues on the other side, we're going to start talking evidence now. This is now a slide of the organizational chart of the Hunter Biden business companies and with associates from 2018 from the same IRS investigators who were broke down the business structure in 2014. Does this slide cause you the same concern, Mr. Dubinsky?
Yes, it does.
Okay, now let's talk about some more. Actually, one point I want to make on this. Ladies and gentlemen, and I know it's kind of small, so I would love to I will submit all this for the record. I would love my colleagues on the other side to see this. In 2014, one of the key owners was Devin Archer, who did testify and was under deposition under oath by the Oversight Committee. In 2018, Devin Archer is no longer listed, but his wife, Krista Archer, is now listed. Mr. Dubinsky, when you see a situation where ownership interest moves from one spouse to the other, is that a concern of some level of fraud potentially?
I would call it a red flag. That's something I would look at and again, try to get to the bottom of what happened there. Was it just transferred? Was there money behind it? What was going on?
Okay, thank you. Next slide. Now, this is to a text message. This is a text message it's going to Naomi Biden. That's what this one is. Hold on, let me get my stuff back. There we go. Sorry. This is the WhatsApp text message between Jim Biden and Hunter Biden. In this text message, it clearly says, anyway, we can talk later, but you've been drawn into something purely for the purpose of protecting Dad. This is between Hunter Biden and Jim Biden. Last time I checked, the father of Jim Biden and Joe Biden is now passed away. So I'm assuming this is Hunter Biden saying to Jim Biden, the president's brother, that you've been brought in this for the sole purpose of protecting Dad. Miss O'Connor, do you think that this text message would lead this committee to get further information about the business dealings of Hunter Biden and how that actually links to Jim Biden, the president's brother, and why they are so concerned with protecting Dad, a.k.a. Joe Biden, a.k.a. the President of the United States?
Yes.
Thank you. Next slide, please. This is a text message between Hunter Biden and Naomi Biden. And this one is a famous one. Everybody knows this one. This is a famous one that says, I hope you all do what I did and pay for everything for this entire family for 30 years. It's really hard. But don't worry, unlike Pop, I won't make you give me half your salary. Mr. Dubinsky, if you saw a text message like this in a potential money laundering operation or a potential pay-for-play operation, would you be looking for information related to money going from son to father?
Absolutely, without a doubt.
Thank you. Next slide. Oh, this is a fun one. Ladies and gentlemen, this one is from 2018. This is about 4 months before Joe Biden launched his campaign for president of the United States, December 2018. The highlight is, this is a text message between Jim Biden and Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden was in a bad way, by the way. He was really strung out. He lost a bunch of money. He needed help. Jim Biden says, "This can work. You need a safe harbor. I can work with your father alone." It'll probably take several months and everybody can read the text. Ms. O'Connor, Mr. Dubinsky, if you saw a text message like this between the president's brother and the president's son, wouldn't you be concerned about them trying to give plausible deniability for the president of the United States to not have any knowledge of said business dealings?
It's worth.
Gentleman's time's expired, but please answer the question.
It's worth investigating.
Mr. Dubinsky?
I would agree. I would investigate this.
I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Before I recognize Mr. Christian Morte, Mr. Goldman, I will give you an opportunity to quickly recognize you for your point of order.
I just want to make sure that page 131 of the transcript of the Devon Archer interview is entered into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Christian Morte from Illinois for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Professor Turley, Hunter Biden's a private citizen, not a federal official, right?
Yes, sir.
A special counsel investigating Hunter Biden recently indicted him for various illegal acts. I'm sure you're aware of this indictment. I have it in my hands. But nowhere in Hunter Biden's indictment is there any allegation of Joe Biden having committed any wrongdoing, right?
That's correct, sir.
Not a parking ticket, not a moving violation, not a library fine, not a high crime or misdemeanor. In fact, on page 19 of your witness statement that you submitted, you said, quote, "The current record does not establish any crime, let alone an impeachable offense." Now let's further explore what's been established about Joe Biden. The Hill reports Senator Marco Rubio, quote, "noted that House Republicans are discussing a special impeachment inquiry to obtain evidence of criminal behavior that they have not been able to dig up through the House Oversight Committee." And Rubio warned that setting up a special impeachment counsel without strong evidence of a crime could trivialize the process. Now, sir, Senator Rubio is a Republican, right?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about whether this evidence that Mr. Rubio was referring to exists. Our colleague Ken Buck, a senior member of the Judiciary Committee, said the following regarding evidence linking President Biden to an alleged crime. Quote, "That doesn't exist right now." Now, sir, Ken Buck is a Republican, correct?
Yes, sir.
Senator Mitt Romney of Utah said, quote, "There hasn't been any allegation yet, any conduct which reaches the constitutional standard for impeachment." And sir, Mitt Romney is a Republican as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, let me turn to another topic here. Ms. O'Connor, here I have a poster of an entry from your professional LinkedIn account. There's your picture, and it says Law Office of Eileen J. O'Connor. We printed here what you posted roughly 1 week ago. It says, quote, "The Biden administration is promoting and enabling the invasion." That's what your post says, right?
Yes, it does.
And it further goes on to say, if this doesn't stop quickly, then the entire USA will be invaded with millions of military-aged men from many different countries who are ready to cause total havoc while getting paid $2,200 a month in welfare to do so.
Did I write that?
You reposted it, and it says it is an engineered death spiral. Now, let me show you another posting that you put up on your professional LinkedIn account.
May I respond? If there is an
you can
impeachment
respond
inquiry,
when I'm done. When I'm done with my question,
or the deliberate demolition of the United States of America.
Ma'am, this is another posting from your professional LinkedIn account. This says announcing Michigan telethon to raise funds for 16 alternate electors who crooked Dana Nessel wants to jail. Now, ma'am, that's your professional LinkedIn account, right?
It is.
Now, let me turn to you, Mr. Turley. Professor Turley, in 2006, you wrote an op-ed in The Guardian entitled, quote, "Stop Persecuting Polygamists." There, you liken polygamists to, quote, persecuted minorities and you said polygamy is, quote, a practice with deep and good faith religious meaning. Isn't that what you said?
I represented the sister wives family in challenging a polygamy prosecution.
The answer is yes. You've been crusading for legalizing polygamy for years. In fact, in an op-ed in the USA Today, you said that a Utah polygamist named Tom Green, who was also convicted of pedophilia for raping his 13-year-old stepdaughter, should not have been charged with polygamy. Now, Mr. Chairman,
Can I respond, sir? Because that's not. Can I respond? Because it's not entirely accurate. I actually criticized him. What I was dealing with was the constitutionality of what is called morals legislation, and I admit I'm pretty libertarian.
Was Tom Green convicted of pedophilia and rape?
Government can
was he
impose a
convicted
moral
of
code on
pedophilia and rape? The answer is yes. Mr. Chairman, we're counting down the hours until a government shutdown, and here we have a hearing where we have one witness who defended a polygamist who was convicted of pedophilia and rape, and we have another witness with LinkedIn accounts with extreme views posted. I think that, unfortunately, this speaks to the credibility of the witnesses and the credibility of this impeachment inquiry. I yield back.
Point of order. Point of order right away.
Chair recognizes Mr. Biggs. What's your point?
Mr. Chairman, when a member of the committee impugns the integrity of a witness, is it against the rules to allow those witnesses to respond to that malicious statement?
I'm quoting the article.
But I'm asking. I'm not asking you. I'm asking the chairman. I've asked for a ruling on that.
Mr. Chairman, he can use his own time to question any witness he wants.
I was recognized on a point of order.
Point of order.
What's your point?
I mean,
my point is that
I'd ask for a ruling on my point of order.
The way we've always proceeded.
I'd ask for a ruling on my point of order.
Mr. Chairman, in
I'd
order
ask
to
for a ruling on my point of order first.
Okay, here's the ruling. The witnesses have the opportunity to address that during a line of questioning. If Mr. Turley wants to address that during another member's line of questioning, then he's more than welcome to do that. Remind everyone we're on their 5-minute clock, and now the chair recognizes Ms. Mace from South Carolina for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 2019, Representative Raskin didn't think a House vote was needed for an actual impeachment inquiry. And to quote Representative Raskin, he said in 2019, there's no formal constitutional or statutory or even the House rule for how an impeachment inquiry is to begin. And so it means different things to different people. I don't want to hear another word from the left or anyone across the other side of the aisle about impeachment inquiry. This is complete and total hypocrisy this morning. Today, we're going to bring the facts. Today, we are going to bring the evidence. In 2017, the Joe Biden family teamed up with Chinese company CEFC to make millions off of granting access to Joe Biden. Hunter even arranged for Joe Biden to share office space with the CCP-aligned company CEFC. My Democrat colleagues say none of this is relevant because Joe Biden wasn't vice president while his family did these shady deals. Turns out that's complete and total bullshit. It's a lie. Hunter Biden referred to access to his father as the keys to his family's only asset. Those words are going to come back and haunt Hunter Biden and his family forever. Yesterday, the Ways and Means Committee released an FBI memo on the interview they had with Tony Bobulinski, a former Biden partner in crime. I'll read a bit of that right now. The work conducted by CEFC, Gilliar, Walker, Hunter Biden, James Biden, and Yee over the preceding 2 years was discussed in detail. In particular, CEFC was closing significant investment deals in Poland, Kazakhstan, Romania, Oman, and the Middle East during this period of time. Period of time is in reference to the years 2015 and 2016, when guess what? Joe Biden was vice president. As an aside, Rob Walker, in previous testimony, also confirmed that Joe Biden attended a meeting with the head of CEFC. So now we know CEFC was working with the Biden family while Joe Biden was vice president. And I'll continue reading from Tony Bobulinski's report, which says, and I quote, Bobulinski, Hunter Biden and James Biden did not receive compensation because Joe Biden was still vice president during this time period. There is a concern it would be improper for payments to be made to Hunter Biden and James Biden by CEFC due to its close affiliation with the Chinese government. Hunter Biden and James Biden both wanted to be compensated for the assistance they had provided to CEFC's ventures. In particular, they believe CEFC owed them money for the benefits that accrued to CEFC through its use of the Biden family name to advance their business dealings. The Bidens, coincidentally, were paid over $1 million by CCP-affiliated Chinese company CEFC shortly after Joe Biden left office as vice president. Now we know why, because it was back pay. I'm going to show another image. This is a text message between Hunter Biden and Gong Wendong, an agent of CEFC. Hunter says, "My uncle will be here with his brother," in all caps, "who would like to say hello to the chairman." He goes on, "Jim's brother, if he's coming, wants to say hello." His uncle's brother. I wonder who that could be. I can't quite figure it out. Hunter puts brother in all caps, and it doesn't take a genius to figure this out, but since I'm not always dealing with geniuses, and Washington, D.C. has been illustrated today, I'll spell it out. The brother of Hunter's uncle, Jim, is Joe Biden. Why was Hunter so secretive about his father? I'm going to tell you why. It's because Joe Biden didn't want the American people to know he and his family were getting paid millions and millions of dollars from a company closely tied to the Chinese Communist Party. CEFC knew paying Biden family members was bad, so they covered it up. Hunter knew Joe Biden hanging out with CCP businessmen would be a bad look, so he tried to pull a genius move on us with this whole "my uncle's brother" bullshit. We already know the president took bribes from Burisma. I also want to add, betraying your country is treason. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record this text message between Hunter Biden and Gong Wendong and the FBI memo regarding their interview with Tony Bobolinsky, showing Joe Biden's connections to CFC during his vice presidency.
Without objection, so ordered.
Professor Turley, we got 30 seconds. In your experience in reviewing cases of fraud, do people who are conducting legitimate business usually go through these efforts and hoops to keep their foreign entanglements hidden?
Yes, the issue with influence peddling is that it can, in some circumstances, be legal, but it's not something that necessarily is made public. The public does not buy into the idea that you can sell your family brand if it's influence peddling. So what happens with influence peddling is that you often have the commission of crimes that conceal it and to take steps so that it's not public. That may include, but it's not necessarily the reason in this case, but it may include the failure to pay taxes, the failure to register as a foreign agent. And part of the purpose of an inquiry is to see if there is a linkage between those acts and, more importantly, a linkage to the president. Can I briefly respond to the earlier attack? You may have additional questions. I don't want to take your time.
Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, the gentlelady's over time,
Okay.
but we'll work with you on that because I do think you need to respond to that ridiculous statement. Now, Chair recognizes Mr. Khanna for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Turley, you testified or in your written statement about best practices for the House, and you say that it's not legally required for the House to vote to have an impeachment inquiry, but it is a best practice. Could you explain why you think it is a best practice for the House to have that vote?
Certainly. I think that what the courts have said is it's not required, as you noted, so it's not a condition for the initiation of an inquiry. I just think it is a good practice. Whether it occurs after the initiation, I think still a vote of the entire House brings the solemnity and the weight to the decision. And I do think it's one of the best practices that I suggested in my testimony.
And what would it mean if the votes weren't there? I mean, hypothetically, if they had a vote and 10 or 20 people voted for it, I mean, you're a student of constitutional history. What would that say? I mean, why is it important in your view as a best practice to have majority support for something like this?
I think that the public expects members to take this process seriously, and part of that is to go on the record whether you believe there's grounds for an inquiry. So I think that in terms of the best practices, that gives, I think, the weight of the House to the efforts. And so that's the reason I criticized the move of Speaker Pelosi when.
And it would give you pause if there was a vote which said that the House didn't think that there should be an inquiry, right? I mean, you would give that weight as a constitutional scholar, correct? I mean,
if the House as a body said that there should not be an inquiry, then clearly that has, on the merits of the inquiry, that has some weight.
So it would be your recommendation to Speaker McCarthy today to bring up that vote, correct, for a House inquiry?
I've always said that I thought it was a best practice.
And your recommendation to him today, I mean, he's listening, I'm sure his staff are, would be bring that vote to the House floor?
I always think it's a good idea to bring it to the House.
And it would be your testimony, based on what you've said, that if that vote failed, that should have some real consideration in whether we go forward with this. I mean, let's put members on the road. Because my view is they don't have the votes. I think it's going to be a very lopsided vote against it, and that's why they're not bringing it to the floor.
Yeah, I can't speak to that.
Let me ask you this. You also said that I do not believe that the current evidence would support articles of impeachment. And I want to be careful because you said it, you think it supports an inquiry, but not the articles of impeachment themselves. So I want to be precise in what you've said. Can you explain to the committee and the country why you believe that the current evidence does not support the articles of impeachment today?
Well, at the moment, these are allegations, and there is some credible evidence there that is the basis of the allegations.
But I understand that, and I'm not questioning that. I'm questioning what you don't think today, if you were going to vote, if this was the case, you would vote no, correct?
On this evidence, certainly, because the inquiry...
Okay, and my question is, if someone said to you, okay, Mr. Turley, why are you voting not to impeach President Biden based on this evidence? Where do you think the evidence is lacking? Where does it not rise to the level where you think it needs to be? What are the places that you think is missing?
Well, I said in my testimony that the key here that the committee has to drill down on is whether they can establish a linkage with the influence peddling, which is a form of corruption, and the president, whether he had knowledge, whether he participated, whether he encouraged it. We simply don't know, and we don't even know if this was an illusion or not. But you can find the answers to that. I mean, the back end of these financial transactions, which I have read is where the committee's going, may shed light on that. But without that type of nexus, then no, I don't.
And currently it's your testimony that nexus has not been established, correct?
No, I think that's the purpose of the inquiry, yes, that's correct.
Would you agree with, have you read Ken Buck's op-ed in the Washington Post, where he basically was one of the Republicans, which is why I think it'd be a lopsided vote against an inquiry, saying that evidence doesn't exist?
I did, and I respect members of both parties that can stand alone. He has his reasons for that. I personally think that the threshold for an inquiry has been surpassed. That you have a duty to inquire as to these allegations, but that's not presupposing what you're going to find.
Just to summarize, then, it's your formal recommendation to the Speaker to have a vote on the inquiry, and it is also your testimony today that today you would vote no on impeachment on the current evidence.
Yeah, since when Speaker Pelosi took this step, I gave the same advice, that I think it's a best practice to go to the floor.
Gentleman's time has expired. Chairman now recognizes Ms. McClain from Michigan for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And before I start with my line of questioning, I just want to make two comments. First, to Professor Gerhardt, I love the analogy that you used about the speeding ticket with Hunter Biden. Let me also see if you would agree with this analogy. If a criminal pulls a trigger for a murder, he's guilty, right? And we can prove it. But don't you also agree with me if somebody ordered that hit, we would charge him too? It's interesting that you don't use that analogy. That's number one. Number
I have
two,
a reason for not using it, but yeah.
Yeah, because it doesn't fit the narrative is the reason.
because
Number
there's no
two,
evidence
I'm
of-
amazed at, and I love the fact that Trump lives rent-free in the Democrats' heads every day. That is a beautiful thing, even though we're here talking about the impeachment inquiry of Joe Biden. With that said, I want to talk about the damning evidence of Joe Biden's role in his family's business schemes in Romania. While Joe Biden was president, he was directly involved in the United States policy and anti-corruption efforts in Romania. That's a fact. On May 21st, 2014, the then Vice President Biden delivered an anti-corruption speech in Romania, right? On September 28th, 2015, the president visited with the then Vice President Biden, the Romanian president visited with the then Vice President Biden at the White House to discuss anti-corruption efforts, right? Got a theme of corruption, anti-corruption, right? Gabriel Popovich, a corrupt Romanian oligarch, in the subject of a criminal probe. He's a subject of a criminal probe and prosecution for corruption and bribery in Romania. This committee has reviewed transactions showing that the Biden family received money from a foreign company run by this Russian oligarch, corrupt Gabriel Popovich. 5 weeks after the Romanian president visited with Vice President Biden, Popovich begins paying Hunter Biden and his associates, Rob Walker, through his company, Bladen Enterprises. The money from Bladen Enterprises is deposited directly into Robinson Walker LLC. Now, this LLC is directly operated by Hunter's known business partner, Rob Walker. These are all facts, right, that we found through the investigation. In November 2015 and again in March 2016, Hunter Biden, who is not registered as a foreign agent under FARA, meets with the U.S. ambassador to Romania. Red flag. Then, coincidentally, over $1 million flows to the Bidens. I'm not much for coincidences, and I don't think the American people are either. Let's run through the numbers together. Between November 2015 and May 2017, Bladen Enterprises deposited over $3 million into Robinson Walker's LLC business account. But then the Biden family accounts received more than $1 million from Robinson Walker's accounts after these deposits were made. Ironically, 16 of those 17 payments occurred while Joe Biden was vice president. Now, I think most Americans would find it suspicious that, ironically, these payments ended shortly after Joe Biden left office. Another coincidence. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the Oversight Committee's May 10, 2023 Second Bank Records Memorandum showing Joe Biden's involvement in his family's business schemes in Romania.
Without objection, so ordered.
I see three problems here. One, while Joe Biden is touting anti-corruption efforts in Romania, Hunter Biden is employed by a corrupt Romanian oligarch. Interesting. In direct violation of FARA, Hunter Biden meets with the U.S. ambassador to Romania while being paid by Gabriel Popovich. What was Hunter Biden selling to the Romanian oligarchs for millions of dollars? I'd still like to see a contract of that. Professor Turley, I know I'm almost out of time, but you've previously said that Hunter Biden could be charged under the Foreign Agent Registration Act. Can you explain why?
Gentlelady's time's expired, but please feel free to answer the question, Mr. Turley.
Much of the conduct described in these disclosures does seem to fit what we saw with the charges of Paul Manafort in terms of being a foreign agent. Some of this does appear to be that type of lobbying on the part of Hunter Biden. The failure to register as an agent, of course, helped conceal that, but that's not necessarily the motivation behind it. The question is, should he have registered as a foreign agent during the course of this conduct? And it just seems to me, looking at the Paul Manafort indictment, that there's considerable overlap in terms of the type of actions taken.
Perhaps there's a two-tier justice system. With
Mr.
that,
Chairman,
I yield back.
may I ask unanimous consent to enter Ms. McClain's chart into the record?
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognizes Mr. Mafume from Maryland for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I did not plan to, but I'd like to follow up on the gentlewoman's comments and assertions about Romania and Hunter Biden and the fact that he worked for a Romanian executive facing corruption charges. The problem with that is that Rudy Giuliani also worked for that person and a former FBI director. And I'd like to ask unanimous consent that a New York Times piece entitled "Giuliani is drawing attention to Hunter Biden's work in Romania, but there's a problem," be entered into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to go back to this Burisma theory because it seems to me that if that's what's triggered all of this, and we are sitting here now wasting precious time while the country is about to shut down, and it's all found its genesis with Rudy Giuliani, that we ought to have Rudy Giuliani here. Now, I know there was a motion made earlier. I'd like to disaggregate that motion without mentioning the other person's name and offer a motion again that Rudy Giuliani be required to come before this committee. Is there a second? And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask that the clock be paused while the...
Pause the clock.
Thank you.
Mr. Groffman, Chair recognizes Mr. Groffman.
Motion to table.
Motion made to table by Mr. Groffman. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Fox. So I guess we'll have a vote on Mr. Groffman's motion to table Mr. Mafume's motion.
This is about Giuliani, right?
Yes.
Okay. We'll do this by voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr.
All those
Chairman,
opposed, no.
recorded.
No. He's requested a recorded
In the
vote.
opinion of the chair, the motion has it. The ayes.
I'd request a recorded vote now.
I request a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
Will the clerk please get ready to have a recorded vote? Another motion by the minority party. Okay. Chair recognizes Mr. Palmer. I can't hear you. There's a motion for a temporary recess. Is there a second? Motion second. All those
Mr. Chairman, there's already a motion on the floor. There's already a motion on the floor.
I'd like a recorded
12
vote.
o'clock, we would give them a bathroom break.
There's already a motion on the floor.
Here's a motion and it's mine.
Okay.
Point
All right, would the clerk please report? Call the roll. Will the clerk call the roll?
To be clear, this is on the motion to table Mr. Mfume's motion for unanimous consent to call Rudy Giuliani as a witness before the Oversight Committee. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay.
Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan votes aye. Mr. Turner. Mr. Gosar. Ms. Fox. Ms. Fox votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Higgins votes aye. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes aye. Ms. Mace.
Mr. Chairman, what are we voting on?
This is a motion by Mr. Groffman to table the motion by Mr. Mafume to subpoena Rudy Giuliani.
Got it. Doesn't seem to have a lot to do with this. I'll vote aye.
Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. LaTurner. Mr. LaTurner votes aye. Mr. Fallon. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes yes. Mr. Perry. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Burchett. Ms. Green. Ms. McLean. Ms. McLean votes aye. Ms. Boebert. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes aye. Ms. Luna. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards votes aye. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes aye. Mr. Raskin.
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Norton. Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Lynch?
No.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Connolly? Mr. Krishnamurthy? Mr. Khanna? Mr. Mfume?
Mfume votes no.
Mr. Mfume votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Nay. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes nay. Ms. Porter?
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Ms. Bush? Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez votes no. Ms. Brown? Ms. Stansbury? Ms. Stansbury votes no. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Frost? Mr. Frost votes no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Kassar? No. Mr. Kassar votes no. Ms. Crockett?
No.
Ms. Crockett votes no. Mr. Goldman? Mr. Moskowitz? Mr. Moskowitz votes no. Ms. Tlaib? Ms. Tlaib votes no. Mr. Chairman?
Chairman votes aye. How is Mr. Fallon from Texas recorded?
Mr. Chairman votes aye. Mr. Fallon is not yet recorded.
Aye.
Mr. Fallon votes aye.
How is Mr. Langworthy from New York?
same. Or is it because there's too much background? Hold on, let me listen to myself. Again, you probably, you're hearing this. Check down in the bottom left-hand corner to make sure that you're live in the past. There we go. I didn't realize that sound was playing. Alright, so cool. All of y'all should be able to hear me now. So yeah, made a video. We'll see how that goes. See what the tiki-taki does with it. Probably get in trouble for it. By the way, Aspect, I got you as a moderator over here if I ever need you. Yeah, that volcano, I mean, it can go for a long time. I mean, there's some volcanoes that just constantly erupt. Hey, now some people think that Earth is hollow. Lava is just in some areas. You know, because if this is coming to the surface, then what is taking place to the inside? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, no one's been able to drill down there. You know, us only drilling for 8 miles or whatever it was in the Kola experiment in Russia. That's just, you know, it's not even a scratch at the surface. So I don't even think they drilled anything even close to the depths of the ocean. Appreciate it, Kimmy. Yeah, usually I let the videos sit there for a little while, and then I end up, you know, letting people know on Discord, so I will let them know in maybe about 10 minutes. Oh, you went to Iceland last year? That's nice, man. Yeah. I didn't even know that AK was in here. What's up, buddy? The true Iceland is very green, and Greenland is very icy. Here, I can actually show you that. So there you go. So this is all Iceland, which is well into over 90% covered. But I may have just butchered that up. This is Greenland. If I said that wrong, this is Greenland, which is 90% covered up. And then right here, this is Iceland, which is not covered up. And as you see, you do have some green. Now, it's not green like if you are in Missouri or anywhere on the Appalachians, you know. It's not green like that. But it does have some green. It does have some areas that are, you know, very beautiful. So, you know, you have some areas that are green. So yep. I don't know. I went to sleep, Mary. I was out. So, Aspect, by the way, I got you over here on YouTube. I'll get you on TikTok. I think I told you that. Still waking up. I just looked at that, Kimmy, on Russia, and no idea, still, not a peep about why they were here. They haven't even left that I'm aware of. So they could have, but yeah. I've never seen anything of why. There's that drone going. Let me pull it up in this map. It's a Global Hawk. Up. Make sure y'all are able. Yeah, y'all can see that. So does lava instantly turn you to ash? Or do you burn first? I have no idea. I'm not gonna find out. Well, Dakota maybe. Wanna go find out. I would think that just So here's the thing. I do know, and I've seen this from the workers who work with lava. I have seen them with bare skin, and they would go right through lava if they were slapping at it. As long as they kept moving through, the lava won't even burn them, won't even scorch them. Now it stays on your hand. Well, then you can kiss it goodbye. But yeah, if you were in the lava, then, you know, or you kept your hand in there, I have no clue exactly how that would take you out. Yeah, that's another thing. Just like Aspect said, so that one I'm aware of, you know, is as lava gets close to you, it'll burn you up. You'll ignite in a flame. So they're not normal. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I don't know what temp those lavas are compared to lava out of a volcano. Let's see what else is up in the air. What's going on? So helicopters, we're all used to that. Okay, so nothing of my rushes out there. Still not able to see flights over the water, but whatever. Is it really already 4:30? Man. That is crazy. I'm looking to see if there's anything going on in the news. I don't see jack. I'll have to go for now. What? You have a blessed one. I'll probably be ending this live in a little while. So I'm just looking just to see if I see anything in the news, and I do not. Yeah, I'm looking to see if I see anything in the news, so whatever. There's nothing to talk about. Did Dakota go back to sleep? Probably. Right. Well, I think I'm going to end this live. Even though it was nice, I know there's 17 people in here, but yeah, I think I'm going to end this live, and then I will do a restart for later. Yeah. Mary, Kimmy, Aspect, Dakota, the other Kimmy, Ape, Tango I know was in here, Joe. Thanks for coming in, as well as Scott. I don't know if Joe or Scott's still in here. But if you are, I do not know which direction the lava is heading. I'll see if I can find that out. Also, this is not a populated area where the volcano's at, so everyone should be safe. The only people that would end up getting hurt are the ones who are idiots. Who are like, hey, I'm gonna go walk up to this. It's 2.5 miles away. And they've known for 5 weeks now to go to evacuate. So nice, appreciate it, Aspect. Let me know when you do. I'll start looking at it each day. All right, well, I am going to end the live. I will start it back up later on tonight. I'll probably do it something like this and just have it where people can listen to the sound of lava and just leave it up all night long. But all right, well, you all have a blessed and wonderful day. Notifications for when I go live. You can do the notification when I go live on YouTube. You can turn it on that way. But I think I'm going to leave TikToks alone for right now. Still, I haven't figured that out. Yeah, the day is almost over. Have a blessed one, Mary. Appreciate y'all helping out. But yeah, I'm gonna end this. If I do end up seeing something go live about, then I will. If not, then I will be coming back on to YouTube to, showing a live feed of this. I'll probably actually make a video on TikTok to let people know that, hey, I'm going to run tonight's live completely over there. So, all right, all of y'all have a... TikTok ruined their algorithm. They destroyed it due to promoting ads, and they realized how much money they can make. So they were just this little old company, and then big companies came in and seen how much ads they can run, and all they got to do is pay for a 10-second clip. And they've got more eyes on something than even what you would pay in a Super Bowl ad. So TikTok's just banging insane amount of money right now because of the ads. The other thing is they make money off of when people are selling stuff. They get a cut in that. So not only are they getting views for it, but they also get a cut of when you sell stuff, and then by the company that you're selling through, as well as the money you make from someone. So it's one of those that if you were in control, why wouldn't you do it? Because of how much money you can make. Would you rather sit there and make billions or millions? At least YouTube has theirs where it's broken up. So for instance, if you don't pay for the so you can either pay on YouTube for their ad blocker pretty much, or you can sit there where it'll play an ad and it'll run it for 5-10 seconds, and then you can skip the video to go on to your own thing. So but will TikTok start doing something like that? I have no idea. But I think they're just money hungry, and that could bite them in the long run. They might go money hungry, see that it starts coming down, and then try to sell TikTok while it's on the high end. That could be something that very much happens. Or they might sit here and wise up and say, hey, we need to be like YouTube, to where people have, companies have to spend more to run ads due to they're not going to show it as much. Right now it seems about 1 every 5 videos, every 10 videos, you see an ad pop up. So okay. Yeah, I'll definitely check out Matt now. Thanks for letting me know. just writing it now. But yeah, will TikTok get a handle on it or not? I don't know. It's all a guessing game. They really do appreciate the 20 people who are watching, because that definitely helped me out. I've been live for 8.5 hours. Got a question. Has anyone noticed any what's the word I'm looking for? Buffering. Anything like that, or has it been running good for y'all? I see, according to the program that I run from, yeah, according to my program, it says it's 0.1%, which is awesome. Yeah, seems like it's running very, very smooth. Might keep it like this and then, you know, mess with it a little bit to up some things up. But yeah. Wait, what do you mean started? What started? Don't tell me that I jinxed it into buffering. Started your day off. Now I get it. Kimmy Ann was saying that she started her day off with this live and ending with it. Let's go. Yeah, so tonight I will do the lava if there's no news to report on. So I may come out with a video of one of the other major things that I consider from Leave Behind. So I may come out with that video tonight as well. If I see there's no news, I'll come out with that video on TikTok. So, and then over here for YouTube, what I'll probably do is make a long video and on Leave Behind and go through things that I spotted. Do a nice little breakdown of it. Oh yeah, the quality is so much better over here. A lot better. And I'm also more, I can sit here and take videos down, remove videos better. You can zoom over here. You hear me better over here when I get my microphone fixed, like I have it now. So I really do like YouTube. The only dislike I have is you can't @ someone. And then if I do fully transition over to YouTube, which I think is going to take a few months, you play me on the TV. Thanks, hey Jude. I appreciate that. And see that, like, there's so many benefits. There's a benefit right there. You can put me on the TV. You can run me, on your computer, your desktop. You don't have to sit here and just look at your phone. You can, your tablets, But the only downside I've seen is the chat. You can't at someone on your phone, and they need to do that. I might write them and say, hey, I'm transitioning from TikTok over to YouTube. I know right now I'm in extremely low, but I know that a lot of people, that are coming over obviously are from TikTok, and that's one thing that they really love is doing the at. So but besides that, it's so much better. I could, I can speak a lot easier. I don't have to worry if let's say I showed something that was bad. As long as I remove it, we're all good. And then when I upload the video, TikTok's gonna write me and say, hey, you need to edit your video to where this isn't included. Okay, cool. Or they'll say, hey, we have your video where it can't be watched. You've got a week to fix it, and it's due to 11 minutes from 12 minutes. You need to edit it. You talk to an actual human being. You go and edit it, take it out. You're all good. So that's a wonderful benefit. If I ended up ever having a strike against me, it's not like oh my God, run, you're gonna get pressed down now. What they do is they run, they'll wait till a few times of it, and then they remove you off of being monetized, and then they remove you from they remove your channel completely. Yeah, I think they purposely dropped my sub counts. I really do think that TikTok did that, and they took the money in full extent. So yeah, so on the subscriptions, I make roughly a little over $2. You spend $6, so I make 1/3. On gifts, I am 50-50. Is normally what it comes down to. Sometimes a little bit more, but generally it's about 50-50. So if someone sent over a $6 gift, I get $3. Yeah, I'm not sure about that, Kimmy, if they're blocking someone or if it's a mod who did that. There is a mod that was blocking people for the wrong reasons. So but I'm not sure about that. So Austin, oh man, I hate bringing that name up. So this is what took place with Austin. Austin didn't understand how you make money off of TikTok. So for instance, I make $1 off of 1,000 views. Austin was making 10 cents off of 1,000 views. It's all about where you upload your video at, where you advertise your video at, what type of fans you have. So you make money off of people in America, Brazil, China. Those are ones you make money from. But you go and do it over in the Middle East or India, you don't make money off it though. So TikTok has had me blocked from seeing tags and comments since I started my account. What? See, that makes no sense. That's crazy. Yeah, I know a lot of people can't stand following him because he's constantly screaming. But yeah, that's why Austin left. TikTok wasn't after him. TikTok wasn't removing his videos or anything like that. He just got butthurt because he couldn't make money. That's crazy, Kimmy. So now what I might do is I might start a backup account on TikTok and see how many people I end up getting, and then, you know, get monetized again on there. Yeah, he was definitely rude. Like he legit wanted to start a war with me. He wanted a fight with me. I was like, dude, I'm not even giving you this. Instagram, I was blocked for having spicy when they went. Yeah, yeah. Anything he could make drama off of was pretty much the vibe I got from it. I wouldn't be surprised if he swatted himself when he made that video. Well, what's this flight here? Super Galaxy. don't see anything that makes me go, ooh, what's that doing? I don't even see anything cool up. That's crazy. That's so sad, Tango. And there's nothing to ever stop things like that from happening. It is why you should not ever sit here and talk about where you live. I don't join Twitch because of that. So yeah. Have a blessed one, Trish. Yeah, to be swatted is insane. So and then they can't find out who did it, you know, a lot of times as well. So that's another thing that's sad. Alright, I am going to end this live. Like I said, you know me, I'll announce it on Discord if I end up going live to discuss news. But if no news happens, what I'll do is I'll start my live tonight so people can listen to the sound of lava in this volcano. So, alright, well, you all have a wonderful and blessed one. Everything happened because the son won a gaming competition and the person got his IP, then called, but they found out the caller weeks later. Wow, I'm glad that they found who the caller was. That's good. So, alright, yeah, like I said, I'll run news. If I don't see any news, then I will end up coming back later tonight just to show the volcano and lava, so you'll got something to sleep to. But yeah, have a wonderful and blessed night, everyone. Thanks a lot. Take care. God bless. Bye now.